Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became an English teacher? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The walk home from the library was a gentle one, sunlight pooling in golden puddles across the cracked sidewalk, the summer air thick with the scent of honeysuckle and distant barbecue smoke. Izuku shifted the canvas messenger bag higher up his shoulder, his thumb brushing absently over the frayed strap. His mind buzzed with the energy of newfound inspiration. A phrase from an old poetry book he'd never seen before clung to his thoughts like dew. The echo of love lives loudest in silence. It was already forming a heartbeat in the back of his mind, shaping a scene for his latest manuscript. Tinker Bell, his Siamese cat, padded beside him in her leash and HRNSS, meowing softly like she was narrating the way home. He smiled down at her, amused by her babbling commentary. I know, he murmured, his voice a low hum. I stayed too long. But the storm scene is finally coming together. Murr, she interrupted with a judgmental trill. Izuku laughed, soft and breathy. Okay. You're right. I said 2 hours, not 5. As they rounded the corner onto his quiet street, he stopped short. Parked directly across from his apartment building was a moving van half unpacked, the back yawning open with boxes stacked like an overfilled Jenga tower. A few black cases lay haphazardly near the curb, one with a sticker-covered exterior that screamed banned gear. Someone must have just moved in. But what snagged Izuku's attention wasn't the van. It was the beat. Muted but unmistakable, a drum kit thundered behind the closed garage of the small, beat-up rental house. The rhythm wasn't sloppy or loud just for the sake of it. It had weight, purpose, anger almost, and something else. Beneath the aggressive fills and tight hi-hat work, there was an undeniable control, a rawness that made Izuku's heart thud a little faster. Tinker Bell perked up, her ears twitching toward the sound. Yeah, Izuku whispered, watching the garage like it might open and reveal the heartbeat inside. That's something. He lingered for a moment, drawn to the storm of percussion spilling out onto the street. There was something oddly familiar about it, not the sound, exactly, but the feel of it. Like someone shouting into the void and not caring who heard. A flash of movement caught his eye, a blonde mop of hair through the slats in the garage window, but it vanished too quickly for his brain to catch up. Izuku shook himself and crossed the street to his apartment building, pulling Tinker Bell gently along. The beat faded behind him as the front door shut, but it pulsed in his chest like it had left fingerprints on his ribs. Katsuki wiped sweat off his brow with the inside of his elbow and sat back on the drum throne, chest heaving. The heat inside the garage was suffocating, thick with dust and the bitter bite of oil-soaked concrete. The kit beneath him, an old but reliable black and red Thomas, still rattled from the force of his last fill, toms vibrating with fading aggression. He muttered under his breath, flexing his fingers. His knuckles ached. His ears were ringing. But it felt good. Not enough to fix anything, but enough to stop him from screaming at the ceiling. The garage smelled like memory sawdust, gasoline, the faint metallic scent of rusting tools. His old man used to tinker with cars in places like this. Katsuki hated how that smell pulled him backward. Back to a version of himself he didn't like remembering. He stood, ran a hand through his hair, and cracked his neck. His muscles protested with a dull throb. The sleeves of tattoos down his arms shimmered slightly with sweat-detailed chaos of skulls, flame motifs, broken angel wings, music notes woven into barbed wire, and lyrics in black ink scrawled over his veins like scars. His tank top clung to his chest, the bold dynamite lettering across his shoulders visible through the damp fabric. He stepped toward the half-open window above the garage sink, grabbing a bottle of water off the sill. The sun outside was lower now, casting long shadows across the driveway. He glanced through the slats lazily. Something moved across the street.
Someone.
Katsuki paused mid-drink, his gaze narrowing. A guy with messy green curls and a wide-shouldered build had just disappeared through the front door of the apartment complex. There'd been a cat, 2 cream and chocolate fur, delicate features. A Siamese. Weird little thing with attitude written in every paw step.
Katsuki blinked. No.
Not him.
Couldn't be.
He hadn't even been back in Mizutofu for 2 full days, and already his brain was playing tricks on him. He hadn't thought about that curly-haired nerd in years.
Not really. Not the way he used to.
They were kids. That sheet had ended a long time ago.
Still.
There was something in the way that guy walked. A subtle weight in the shoulders, the kind people carried when they'd seen too much. It was familiar. He took a long swig of water, set it down, and stretched his arms behind his head. "Oi, cats," came a voice from inside the house. "Food's here. Kaminari says we're trying that weird spicy ramen place. Jaira's already eating mine." Katsuki rolled his eyes and muttered, "Tell that electric dumbass to stop ordering for me. You like it, and you know it." Kirishima called back cheerfully. "You said you wanted pain noodles last week." Katsuki snorted despite himself. Dragging a towel over his shoulders, he took one last glance out the window. The blinds in that apartment across the street shifted slightly. Like someone had been watching. Like maybe that someone recognized the sound of him too. With a grunt, he shoved open the side door into the house and was met with the rich, spicy scent of takeout chili oil and garlic punching him straight in the sinuses. He barely got 2 steps inside before Denki practically collided with him holding out a takeout box. "Here." Denki beamed. "I got you the one with the black garlic and the extra chili paste, and yes, you're welcome." "I didn't ask for," Katsuki started, but Denki was already skipping into the living room with chopsticks hanging out of his mouth like a cigarette. Jaira sat cross-legged on the couch, earbuds in, scrolling her phone, occasionally jabbing a fork into Kirishima's noodles. "Bakugo, you hit that second crash like it owed you money," she said without looking up. Kirishima was halfway through a mouthful of broth and gave a muffled, "Dude, you sounded set off. You good?" Katsuki kicked the door shut behind him and threw the towel onto the hook by the fridge. "Just needed to hit something," he muttered, cracking open the ramen lid. Steam poured out, fogging up his glasses for a second before he pulled them off and let them hang on his collar. "Garage is too quiet out here, man," Kirishima added, digging into his food again. "You gotta get used to that." Katsuki didn't answer. He was already drifting back toward the window at the kitchen sink. Because here's the thing. He wasn't supposed to come back. Coming home wasn't part of the plan. He was supposed to be out on the road with the band, bar-hopping gigs across the country, sleeping in shitty vans, and waking up in new cities. But money dried up. Venues fell through. Reality came knocking. So now they were holed up here. Kirishima's uncle owned the house and was letting them crash while they regrouped. Try to figure out their next moves. Try to survive. Try to breathe. But Katsuki didn't do breathing easy. Not anymore. Not since everything in Tokyo started slipping out of his grip, and he'd watched their dream almost die beneath a stack of unpaid studio invoices and bullshit tour drama. Stilled up this town. This street. Why'd it have to be this one? Katsuki leaned one elbow on the counter, staring across at the apartment complex as he shoveled hot noodles into his mouth. That guy. Green hair.
Pale skin.
Shoulders a little hunched like he'd learned a long time ago to make himself smaller in crowds. There was something about the way he looked like maybe he was the kind of person who still wrote things down in notebooks when nobody else was watching. The kind of person who kept journals full of messy handwriting and quiet truths he didn't have the courage to say out loud. Katsuki knew someone like that once. Back before things fractured. Back before high school turned soft things into armor and made best friends into strangers. He shook his head and scraped the last of the noodles out of the box. "Hey," Denki called from the other room. "Cats, did you hear? There's a battle of the band's qualifier this weekend over at Bunker Dive." Katsuki grunted, liking chili oil off his fingers. "We're not ready." "We're never ready," Jaira said, raising an eyebrow. "That didn't stop us before." Kirishima leaned over the back of the couch. "Come on, man. One song.
We just blow their ears off and bounce.
Get our name back out there." Katsuki didn't answer. Not because he disagreed, but because he was still thinking about green hair behind the door. Still thinking about how that guy's walk reminded him of ghosts he'd left behind. The soft click of the door behind him felt like crossing a threshold, not just into the quiet of his apartment, but into something heavier, something shifting. Izuku paused in the entryway, letting the silence settle around him like a blanket still warm from someone else's shoulders. Tinker Bell trotted in beside him, leash dragging behind her. She made a little RRRT sound, impatient and proud of herself, before hopping onto the windowsill with a practiced grace. Her body went still, ears twitching toward the street below. Izuku followed her gaze, curious despite himself. The garage was quiet now. No music. No movement. Just the stale hush of a closed door holding its breath. "Who are you?" he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. Tinker Bell answered with a soft marrow, like she was wondering the same thing. He stepped away, shaking the thought from his mind, and slid the messenger bag off his shoulder. It hit the floor with a dull thump, spilling a few books he'd crammed inside last minute. An anthology of romantic poetry, a historical reference on city gardens, and a bent paperback with a neon pink cover, and the words "Love is a battlefield" scrawled in brushstroke font. The phrase still echoed in his head. The echo of love lives loudest in silence. He liked that. Izuku moved through the small space with practiced ease, fingers trailing along the worn edges of the table, brushing past hanging ivy, nudging aside a stack of journals. His apartment wasn't big, just a one-bedroom with crooked crown molding and wood floors that creaked in specific, familiar ways, but it was enough. It was home. He fed Tinker Bell first, listening to the sound of her content chewing while he put the kettle on and unpacked his library haul. Everything felt ordinary, except for the drums. Even now, the sound clung to him. Not just the volume of it loud, but contained, but the weight. There had been something jagged inside those rhythms, something trying to claw its way out. Not sloppy rage. Controlled chaos. Precision laced with pain. It hadn't sounded like someone practicing. It had sounded like someone surviving. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek and sat down at the small desk wedged between two bookshelves. His laptop greeted him with a familiar blank screen and blinking cursor in the middle of a sentence he hadn't been brave enough to finish last night. The teapot began to whistle, soft and shrill. He ignored it. Instead, he typed. He heard the storm before he saw it. Not rain, not thunder, not even wind. Just the sound of something breaking again, and again until it made rhythm of the ruin. His fingers paused, then resumed. It wasn't just noise. It was a voice with no words. A scream he'd heard in himself 100 times. One he'd never said out loud. The whistle shrieked louder. Tinker Bell meowed, as if to say enough already. Yeah, Izuku muttered, pushing himself up. You're both very opinionated tonight. He poured the tea slowly, watching the steam curl upward like breath. The scent of toasted rice and green leaves filled the air. It was grounding, familiar. The same kind his mom used to make when he couldn't sleep during thunderstorms. The kind she made after. He blinked the thought away and carried the mug to the window. Tinker Bell had returned to her post, ears still angled toward the garage across the street. She looked curious. Izuku followed her gaze again. No movement, but the garage light had turned off. Something about that made his stomach twist in a way he didn't quite understand. Like he was standing at the edge of something, just one word, one step away from remembering something important, but the fog wouldn't clear. He wrapped both hands around the mug, sipping slowly. Maybe it was just a neighbor. Maybe it was some angry teenager with a drum set and no concept of volume control. Maybe it didn't mean anything at all. But the rhythm still pounded behind his ribs like it had stitched itself into him. He sat back down, reopened his manuscript, and let the page breathe. For once, the words didn't run from him. He typed for a
while.
Not a lot. Not in a rush. But for the first time in what felt like weeks, the words didn't feel like strangers. They came slowly, measured and quiet, but they came, and that was enough. Tinker Bell purred against the windowsill, eyes half-lidded and tail curled neatly around her feet, her gaze still flicking to the shadowed house across the street like she was waiting for something. Or someone. Izuku rubbed the heel of his palm against his eyes and leaned back with a sigh.
His tea had gone lukewarm.
The sky was dimming into bruised lavender and orange, casting a dusky glow across the walls. He didn't bother turning on the lights yet. Everything felt hushed, balanced on the edge of something unnamed.
Then, thud.
It wasn't loud, just enough to catch his attention. He blinked toward the window. Nothing in sight, but a second later.
Crash.
Followed by a muffled, "Fing hell, Kaminari." Izuku's head jerked up. He hadn't heard that voice in years. Not the voice, exactly deeper now, rougher around the edges, soaked in exhaustion and cigarette smoke, but the temper in it. The way it barked and burned and never asked permission to exist. He stood without realizing. Tinker Bell rose too, tail twitching, suddenly alert. Across the street, the front door to the rental house opened. Lights spilled onto the lawn. Two figures emerged, backlit in the fading sunset. One had spiky blonde hair and a sleeveless hoodie that clung to a tattoo-covered frame, shoulders broad, arms carved with ink, legs in torn black jeans and boots. The other was shorter and laughing, cradling a case that looked suspiciously like a pedalboard. Izuku froze. That laugh bright and familiar. And that voice. "Don't blame me just 'cause your symbols are sensitive." The blonde shoved him lightly. "They are a-hole. More than your one brain cell could ever understand." Izuku's breath caught. His fingers curled around the edge of the curtain.
That was...
Kaken?
No.
No, it couldn't be. Not after all this time. Not after freshman year. Not after everything that happened. They hadn't spoken in years. He hadn't even thought about him, at least, not on purpose. Not the real him. Just the ghost version. The one that lived in the back of his head and in half-finished journal entries he could never bring himself to read again. But there he was. Katsuki Bakugo. Older.
Inked.
Still loud. Still rough around the edges. Izuku's chest ached. He didn't even recognize him. That realization hit harder than he expected. Katsuki Kaken looked across the street for half a second as Denki disappeared inside with a gear. His eyes scanned the apartment building like it was unfamiliar territory. Then he turned, scratched the back of his head, and stepped into the house, the door closing behind him with a soft click. Izuku didn't move. Not until Tinker Bell headbutted his leg with a curious chirp. "I don't think he knows it's me," Izuku whispered. His heart fluttered confused and tight, and small in a way he hadn't felt since he was a teenager with his name carved into lockers and notebooks alongside someone else's. "He doesn't remember," he said again, as if repeating it would help. He lowered himself onto the couch, hands in his lap, staring at the shadows bleeding across the floor. Katsuki Bakugo, once his best friend, once the reason he'd stopped writing for nearly a year, had moved in across the street. And he didn't remember. Izuku wasn't sure if that hurt more than he expected, or less than it should have. The ramen was gone. The gear was in. The rest of the band had retreated to their rooms or respective corners of the house, leaving behind the quiet hum of music bleeding through headphones and the occasional clink of glass from the kitchen sink. Katsuki stood in the living room, still in his boots, staring out through the half-closed blinds. The window faced the street, which was now soaked in the amber haze of street lamps and moonlight. The apartment complex, across the way, looked quiet.
Still.
Except, he couldn't shake the feeling. There'd been a window lit on the third floor. Curtains fluttering. A glimpse of someone standing there. No face. Just a silhouette, and the kind of stillness that watched more than it simply looked. He rubbed the back of his neck, fingers ghosting over the ink across his shoulder blades. Dynamite in bold capital letters, as if that could somehow keep him from forgetting who the hell he was supposed to be. "Why does this place feel so familiar?" he muttered under his breath. He hated the quiet here. It was too thick. Too full of ghosts and memories that stayed just out of reach. Back in Tokyo, the noise never stopped: sirens, drunks, late-night recording sessions in crumbling soundproof booths. He liked that. It gave him something to disappear into. But this neighborhood? It was different. Quieter. Older. Like the street remembered too much. He moved to the couch, sat heavily, and leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. His arms, inked from shoulder to wrist, flexed as he laced his fingers together. He wasn't sleeping tonight. He could already feel it. That garage session earlier had burned the edge off his mood, but hadn't done shit to settle the restlessness in his gut. His muscles still twitched like they hadn't gotten the memo that they could relax now. His heart hadn't either. Something had changed the moment he walked out that front door. Not something. Someone. The guy in the window. The one with the green hair. He couldn't explain it, not really. Just a vague tightening in his chest, like his instincts were trying to scream something his brain couldn't yet translate. There was something familiar about the posture, the way that guy held himself like he didn't want to be seen but couldn't stop looking. Something buried in the slouch of his shoulders and the quiet behind his eyes. Katsuki had a good memory for people, especially ones he used to hurt. No fucking way, he whispered. But now the idea was there, whispering in the cracks. He hadn't thought about him in years. Not seriously. Not after the fallout. Not after freshman year when everything turned to shit and the silence between them became too wide to cross. His jaw clenched. He ran a hand through his hair, messy, spiked at odd angles, and stood abruptly. Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe he was just tired. Reading into shit again. Seeing ghosts where there were none.
Still.
His eyes flicked back toward the window. The light in the third-floor apartment was off now, but the curtain had moved earlier. Just a little. Just enough. He exhaled hard and grabbed a hoodie off the back of the kitchen chair, yanking it on. He needed air. A walk. Something to shake off the static building in his chest. And maybe, just maybe, he'd pass that apartment on the way out. He wouldn't look. He told himself that. But he also knew he would. Because even if it wasn't Izuku, part of him was terrified that it was. And maybe an even deeper part of him was hoping for it. The hoodie didn't help. The walk didn't help. The night air was too still, too thick with memory, too quiet to drown out the scratching itch burrowing deep behind his temples. Katsuki came back inside 10 minutes later, more tense than before, slamming the front door harder than he meant to. The house creaked in response. Jairus shouted a muffled, "Take it out on your drums," not the FING foundation, from the back room. He ignored her. Boots kicked off, hoodie stripped and flung across the couch. Katsuki stalked the living room like a caged animal. Something had taken root in his chest, and it was growing tight and crawling and loud. That FING guy across the street. The one in the window. Green hair. White eyes. That stillness that didn't belong in a stranger. It had to be him. It had to be. But if it was... His thoughts short-circuited. Katsuki stopped mid-step, glaring at the coffee table like it had personally offended him. The stack of old lyric notebooks and poetry collections left their half-references for the new album they hadn't written suddenly felt like too much. Too exposed. Too heavy with things he didn't want to think about. He growled through gritted teeth and grabbed the top books and battered poetry collection that Jairus swore inspired her synth sections and hurled it across the room. It slammed into the far wall with a dull thwack, knocking over a small black frame perched on the shelf near the window. Crack. The sound was small, fragile. Katsuki froze. Chest heaving, fists still clenched at his sides, he stared at the photo now lying face down on the floor. Something in his throat went tight. He walked toward it slowly, the red haze of frustration already ebbing into regret. He crouched down and picked it up. The glass had split clean across, right through the center of the photo, a faded snapshot of him as a kid, standing between two people. His mom, arm around his shoulder with her proud scowl of a smile, and himself, smaller, scowling at the camera, shirt wrinkled, cheeks flushed from a day of running around. And beside him, a boy with green hair, smiling too big, eyes bright. Izuku. Katsuki's breath hitched in his throat. The frame felt heavy in his hand. Izuku, he said aloud. Quiet. Uncertain. Like trying the name on for the first time in years. 1,000 half-memories surged forward, childhood afternoons and dumb fights. The sound of laughter he used to pretend annoyed him. The ache of a rift neither of them knew how to fix. His stomach twisted. The photo in his hand trembled slightly, and he realized his grip had tightened.
Sheet.
He pinched the bridge of his nose and forced himself to breathe. In for 4. Hold. Out for 4. Again. In for 4. The warmth in his chest began to fade.
Out.
He sat down on the edge of the couch and set the photo in his lap. The crack through the glass caught the light like a scar. He stared at it, thumb brushing over the splintered edge. That itch in his head, the one that had started the second he heard that guy's voice and saw the way he stood, wasn't just a trick of memory. It was him. After all this time. Across the street. Writing, maybe. Talking to that weird little cat like it answered back. Katsuki exhaled hard and let his head fall back against the couch. Izuku, he whispered again. Not a question this time. Just a name that had waited too long in silence. Sunlight spilled across Izuku's apartment floor like melted gold, casting a warm glow over worn hardwood and book-spine shadows. The blinds swayed gently with the early breeze, and somewhere beyond the open window, a bird chirped sharp and bright, like a misplaced semicolon in the stillness of morning. Izuku sat curled in his usual spot on the balcony. The iron chair was cold beneath his thighs, even through the loose flannel pajama pants he'd barely remembered pulling on. His oversized hoodie hung off one shoulder, sleeves half covering his hands. He cradled a mug of green tea against his chest like it was a shield, the steam curling into the soft air in delicate, fragrant ghosts. Tinker Bell lay draped across his lap like a queen in court, tail flicking with every shift of the wind. Her blue eyes were half-lidded but alert, her ears twitching toward the faint sounds of a neighborhood waking up. Izuku, for once, wasn't writing.
Not yet. He just sat there.
Thinking. Stewing. Across the street, the rental house looked the same as last night, garage door shut, windows closed, car parked slightly crooked in the drive. But something had shifted. Or maybe it was him who had. The memory of that voice, gruff, unmistakable, tangled with an anger that had never really learned to sleep, still clung to the corners of his thoughts like cobwebs. It had to be Kaken. There was no other explanation. Izuku hadn't heard that voice in over 6 years, but his body remembered. The clench in his stomach, the instinctive rush of alertness. But there had also been a pull, something softer beneath the old reflexive tension. Something that made his hands shake a little even now, wrapped around warm ceramic, as if the past had finally decided to show up on his front doorstep in leather and ink. He glanced down at Tinker Bell, who was making biscuits into the flannel fabric like her life depended on it. "Why now?" he murmured. She didn't answer. Just yawned. The sunlight hit the house across the street at just the right angle to catch in the upper window. Izuku squinted, heart skipping. Was someone up? Watching? He couldn't tell. He shouldn't care. But the ache in his chest didn't listen to reason. His fingers brushed absently over his wrist, over the inked reminder etched there. IGY6, his quiet promise to himself, buried in numbers and a semicolon, and the years it took to start again. Katsuki Bakugo didn't know he was still alive. And for some reason, that hit harder than Izuku wanted to admit. He turned back toward the notebook resting on the small patio table beside him. The page was blank, the pen lying across it like a challenge. He reached for it, let it rest between his fingers. Still no words. He hated when the emotions were too big to write through. A car passed down the street. Below, but it faded quickly, leaving only the soft buzz of morning behind. Somewhere, someone was mowing a lawn. The air carried the scent of freshly cut grass and asphalt warming in the sun. A siren wailed in the distance. All of it normal. Mundane. But he felt anything but. Izuku tapped the pen against the page in a steady rhythm, tap, 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 as if mimicking the beat from last night. That heavy, raw percussion that had shaken something loose in him. He wondered if Katsuki even knew how it sounded to someone like him, someone who listened to pain for a living, who translated it into prose, who wrapped trauma in metaphor and still couldn't find the words to say "I miss you." The front door of the house across the street creaked open. Izuku froze. Tinker Bell immediately lifted her head, body going alert. A figure stepped onto the porch. Black hoodie, messy blonde hair, broad shoulders hunched like they hadn't slept right in years. The sunlight caught the glint of silver on his ear and the edge of a tattoo curling up his neck like smoke. He looked older, rougher, but the scowl was the same.
Katsuki.
Izuku's throat dried. He didn't move. Katsuki didn't look up. Just stretched one arm over his head and yawned wide, then scratched the back of his neck, staring off toward the trees at the far end of the street like he didn't have a single memory in this place. Like he didn't know Izuku was sitting 10 feet away in full view. And maybe he didn't. That hurt more than it should have. Izuku's grip on the mug tightened. He'd imagined this reunion so many times over the years. A bookstore run-in. A shared bus stop. Maybe some dramatic rain-drenched confrontation where things were said, all the things they never said back then, when it might have mattered. He hadn't imagined this. This quiet distance. This unknown silence. Katsuki yawned again and turned to go back inside. His hand hovered over the doorknob. For a second, just a second, his eyes flicked up toward the street. Toward the building. Toward Izuku. Their eyes didn't meet. Not quite. But something flickered. And then Katsuki was gone, door clicking shut behind him. Izuku didn't breathe for a few seconds. Tinker Bell let out a questioning meow. He blinked slowly, heart thudding against his ribs like it wanted to scream. He's here. He's real. He doesn't know you anymore. I know, he whispered to her, voice cracked and soft. He looked down at his notebook. And this time he started to write. The guitar creaked when he pulled it into his lap. It wasn't anything fancy, just a beat-up acoustic with chipped black paint and a small crack near the headstock. He'd had it since high school, back when Denki dared him to join a talent show and Katsuki, out of pure spite, learned 3 chords and brought the gymnasium to silence with a stripped-down Nirvana cover and a glare that said clap or I'll murder you. The strings were old. A little dull. Buzzed faintly near the frets. But the DMN thing still fit against his chest like it belonged there, like it knew how to hold his ribs together when nothing else did. Katsuki didn't bother dragging out his journal or lyric notebook. He didn't need paper for this part. This wasn't writing. This was bleeding. He let his fingers drift over the frets, testing the tuning by ear. Slightly sharp. He didn't fix it. He kind of liked the way it sounded off, imperfect. Honest. His thumb stroked a few warm, moody chords. Low E. A minor. C, F. He shifted back to a minor and let the chord linger, fingers settling into a rhythm that played itself. Gentle. Pensive. The kind of rhythm you hum to yourself in a dark room when no one else is listening. And then, softly, almost too quiet for anyone else to hear, he started to sing. I hear your name in the silence, where the echoes used to scream. You were never just a memory. More like a paused dream. His voice rasped, lower than he used to sing it. The edges frayed. He didn't sing like Denki or Gyro smooth and clean. His was all gravel and vulnerability hidden under heat. But in moments like this, when he wasn't trying to prove something, Katsuki's voice softened in the cracks. He strummed slower now. The A minor felt like home base. I left too many things unspoken. Thought the silence made it right. But ghosts don't leave just 'cause you close your eyes. They linger out of spite. He chuckled under his breath, humorless. That line always made him stall. His fingers slowed, then stopped. The quiet pressed in again. He leaned back in the kitchen chair, the guitar resting across his thighs like a heartbeat he didn't know how to silence. The late morning sun crept through the slats of the blinds, striping his arms in gold and shadow. His fingers ached, just a little, but he didn't care. The ache reminded him he was real. I'm not gonna finish this, he muttered, dragging his hand down his face. Not without. He didn't say the rest.
Couldn't.
But the name hung there anyway, thick and unspoken. Izuku. The one person who used to get his lyrics without needing them explained. The one who used to sketch little cartoons in the margins of his old notebooks and say stuff like this line made my chest hurt and you always write like you're trying not to cry. The one he hadn't talked to in over 6 years. The one he lived across from now. And the one he still hadn't had the courage to say a single word to. Katsuki swallowed hard and looked down at the lyrics he hadn't written. The melody lingered in his chest like unfinished business. The sun was too darn bright. Katsuki stepped out onto the porch with a grunt, one hand dragging across his face, as if that could scrub away the weight that had settled there overnight. His neck ached from falling asleep on the couch again, hoodie twisted around him like a straitjacket. The air was warm, already sticky with mid-morning humidity, and the concrete under his bare feet radiated faint heat. He hadn't slept. Not really. He drifted, sure, some half-conscious loop of static and memory, heart pounding against his ribs like it wanted out. The picture frame sat on the kitchen table now, the crack in the glass slicing straight through childhood. Through him. Through Izuku. It was him. Across the street.
There was no denying it now.
That face the way it had turned toward the window, just barely visible through the fluttering curtains. The cat. The posture. The goddamn air around him. It was like being punched with nostalgia, wrapped in guilt, and tied off with barbed wire. Katsuki stretched one arm overhead and rolled his shoulders with a loud crack. His body felt too tight, like his skin didn't fit right anymore. The garage was quiet. Denki hadn't emerged from his corner of the house yet, and Jaira's door was still shut. Kirishima was probably already out jogging, being disgustingly positive before noon. The street, too, was still.
Too still.
And then his eyes half-lidded, bloodshot, and squinting against the sun dragged across the apartment building across the road. He didn't mean to look. He told himself he wouldn't. But his eyes found the balcony anyway. And there he was. Izuku sat curled like he'd always done, shoulders rounded, oversized hoodie swallowing him whole, hair an untamable mess of forest green curls. A mug was tucked to his chest like armor. The cat Tinkerbell, or some ridiculous name like that, was draped across his lap, watching the world like she had authority over it. And Izuku, he hadn't changed. But he had, too. Older now. Broader shoulders. Still soft in the face, but sharper in the eyes. Like something inside him had cracked and healed wrong. Katsuki knew the look. Knew it too well. He saw it in the mirror some mornings. He stared longer than he meant to. Long enough that guilt twisted something low in his gut. Long enough that the words he hadn't said all those years ago rose unbidden in the back of his throat, "I'm sorry," and immediately caught fire before they ever reached his mouth. He didn't think Izuku saw him. But then the slightest movement, barely anything, shifted in the way the guy sat. His fingers tightened on the mug. His head didn't turn, but the energy changed. Like he felt him there. That was worse. That was so much worse. Katsuki stood there, hand hovering on the doorknob, frozen in a space he didn't know how to exist in. It was like hearing a song you thought you'd forgotten, one that once meant something, and now just hurt. He hadn't thought about Izuku in years. That was a lie. He thought about him every time he walked into a bookstore and saw a journal section. Every time he heard someone talk too fast in public. Every time someone smiled too wide and too awkward, and it reminded him of simpler days. Every time he wrote a lyric and thought, Midoriya would have liked that, and then shoved the thought down with a curse and a bottle of whatever was closest. Katsuki SCKED and a breath through his teeth and yanked the door open, stepping back inside. The moment the door closed behind him, he leaned against it and stared at the ceiling. He said to the drywall. It echoed faintly back at him. He pushed off the door and stalked into the kitchen, yanking the fridge open with too much force and grabbing a cold bottle of water. He twisted the cap with the kind of pressure that should have shattered it. Took one long pull. Another. Then, he dropped into the chair at the kitchen table and stared at the photo again. Still cracked. Still full of ghosts. He rubbed his hands over his face, dragging down until they hovered just over his mouth. Silence pulsed in his ears like an aftershock. Not the kind that settles. The kind that warns something bigger is coming. There was a version of this he didn't know how to survive. A version where he tried to say something, anything, and Izuku turned away. Or worse. Looked at him with eyes that said too late. He'd known a lot of regret in his life. Lost songs. Failed shows. Burned bridges. But none of it had ever felt quite like this. This wasn't just an old friend. This was someone who used to matter more than anything. Someone he'd pushed away when it counted. Someone who had stared at him like he hung the FING stars. Katsuki closed his eyes, breathing deep. In for 4. Hold. Out for 4. It didn't work this time. He opened his eyes and reached for a pen. If he couldn't speak yet, maybe he'd write something instead. The window was cracked just enough to let in the breeze. It carried with it the scent of cut grass, sun-warmed pavement, and faintly music. Izuku paused mid-sentence, pen hovering above the page. Tinker Bell twitched her ears from the couch cushion beside him, eyes blinking open slowly as if she sensed it, too. It wasn't just any music. It was a song he hadn't heard in 6 years.
Half a melody.
An unfinished thought. Chords that always circled back to a minor like a homesick heart that didn't know how to stay gone. It drifted in like a whisper from across the street, soft, broken, real.
Katsuki.
His breath caught. He pushed up slowly from the floor, journal forgotten, moving toward the open window with a strange, bone-deep quiet. Like if he moved too fast, it might vanish. Outside, the neighborhood hummed in lazy summer rhythm, birds in the trees, a lawn mower 3 blocks down. Nothing out of the ordinary. But that song. Izuku leaned closer, hand braced against the windowsill. The guitar, faint but unmistakable, was close.
Raw.
Honest. A voice low and rough threaded through it, not belting but confessing. I hear your name in the silence, where the echoes used to scream. Izuku's fingers curled tight around the wood. He remembered this. He remembered everything. It was the song Katsuki started senior year, scribbled on the back of a wrinkled worksheet during 3rd PRD, lines scratched out and rewritten over and over. He'd only played the first few bars in front of anyone once. Quietly, reluctantly. Izuku hadn't even meant to hear it. But he had. And then came the fight. His chest tightened, sudden and sharp. He glanced down at his right wrist, inked in bold black. IGY 6. His fingers pressed there on instinct, like trying to hold something in place. Something that wanted to come undone. The chord shifted again. A minor.
F, C.
His pulse beat against the tattoo. It wasn't just a song. It was a wound. A memory. A warning. He closed his eyes. How could something left unfinished feel so complete in its ache? How could he still sound the same? Tinker Bell meowed softly, rubbing her head against his ankle, anchoring him. Izuku didn't move, didn't speak, didn't dare breathe too loud. He just stood there, heart aching, listening to the ghost of a boy he used to love try to sing something he never finished, and wondered, terrified and hopeful if this time, Katsuki might finally find the words. He stood there longer than he meant to. The music filtered in like smoke through the cracks, slow and steady, winding around his ribs and settling beneath his skin like it had always belonged there. Katsuki's voice wasn't perfect. It never had been. But it was as rough-edged and unpolished, like gravel over velvet, like pain that never learned how to lie. Izuku knew that voice. He knew it in his bones. Every lyric spun itself like a thread around his heart, tugging memories from the corners he thought he'd sealed off for good. They weren't full memories.
Not yet.
Just flashes. Half impressions. The sound of boots on pavement. A slammed locker. Laughter that turned to silence too fast. A voice shouting something, words blurred by the years, but sharp enough to still draw blood. And that song. Always that song. He remembered the day Katsuki first hummed it under his breath, refusing to admit it was his. They'd been walking home, quiet between them like it so often was those days. Tension already humming beneath the surface. It had been cold. Not winter, but close. A gray afternoon. Izuku had asked about it. Katsuki had shrugged. Said, "It's nothing." But it hadn't been nothing. Not then. And not now. The notes lingered, softer now, like Katsuki was winding down, like he'd started singing something he hadn't meant to finish out loud. Izuku's throat tightened. His hand drifted from his wrist, resting flat against the sill. The wood was warm beneath his palm, but his fingers still trembled. Not visibly, but enough that he noticed. Enough that he hated himself a little for it. He turned his head slowly, eyes fixed on the house across the street. No view of the window. No silhouette in the glass. Just the sound. That voice. That guitar. That echo of a past he never truly left. He should walk away. He should close the window. He should breathe. But he didn't. Instead, Izuku stepped outside. The balcony creaked under his weight, the early sun casting slanted shadows across the floorboards. He sat down in the chair like it might break beneath him, slow, tentative, careful not to disrupt whatever thread connected him to the sound floating through the air. Tinker Bell followed, silent for once, curling around his feet before hopping into the chair beside him like she knew this wasn't a moment to interrupt. Izuku stared at the house. Stared through it. Into it. Through time and memory and the yawning space that used to be filled with shouting matches and shared pencils and the kind of love that looked too much like hate until it fractured. And then, silence. The music stopped.
Abrupt.
Unresolved. Like someone had reached the edge of a memory they couldn't cross. Izuku's breath hitched. He waited. 1 second.
2.
No more chords. No more words. Just birdsong and wind and the faintest hum of traffic down the hill. He lowered his gaze, heart thudding like it wanted to crawl out of his chest. Maybe Katsuki had realized what he was playing. Maybe the song pulled too much from a place he hadn't meant to touch again. Maybe he didn't know Izuku had heard. Didn't know Izuku remembered. Didn't know Izuku never forgot. The silence pressed against him now, heavier than the music. But beneath it just barely something stirred. Not hope. Not yet. But maybe the thing that comes before it. Something like recognition. Katsuki sat still long after the last note faded. His hand gripped the neck of the guitar so tightly his knuckles had gone white. The chord still buzzed faintly under his fingers, a ghost of sound that hadn't quite died. He stared at nothing. Or rather, he stared through everything. Through the kitchen table. Through the cracked photo frames still lying face down on the counter. Through the floor and the years and the version of himself he didn't know how to look in the eye. I hear your name in the silence. God, he was a FING idiot. His pulse was pounding in his ears again. Not fast. Just hard. Like it was trying to dig its way out through his ribs. He didn't mean to sing it out loud. Didn't mean to let it out at all. But the second his fingers hit those strings, it came up like bile, that song. His song. The one he started in a spiral of guilt the week they stopped speaking. The one he never finished because the second verse was made of truths he didn't have the guts to face.
But now?
Now it was all right there, flooding his brain in snapshots he couldn't shut off. Izuku's face.
Hurt. Pale.
Shaking. Katsuki, yelling. Angry. So angry. And worse, cruel. You'll never be better than me. You'll never even come close. The words slammed back into him like fists, like echoes in a stairwell. He remembered shouting them, wanted so badly to unsay them, but he could still hear the silence that followed. Could still see Izuku flinch. Could still feel the sick twist in his gut, even then right there in the heat of it, already regretting it before the last syllable even hit the floor. His throat felt tight. His eyes burned. His grip on the guitar loosened only when his palms started to cramp, fingers aching from the tension he hadn't released. He set it aside, too gently, like breaking it would be easier than breaking down. He muttered, dragging both hands through his hair. His breathing was shallow, and he knew the signs. Knew the spiral. Knew what it felt like when it crept in, guilt morphing into panic, memory morphing into weight. He pressed his fingertips to the bridge of his nose and leaned forward, elbows on knees, head bowed like something in him had caved. In for 4. Hold. Out for 4. He never got past 2. Before he could fall into it, there was a sudden knock on the doorframe. Katsuki startled hard visibly, which set him off, and looked up to see a very familiar head of red hair sticking into the kitchen. Yo, man, Kirishima said casually, chewing on a granola bar. You look like you just saw a ghost and fought it in a parking lot. Katsuki stared. Kirishima blinked, then grinned. So. Garage. Katsuki blinked again. You know, Kiri added, walking further in and nudging a chair out of the way with his foot. Cleaning it up? Getting it set up for practice? Jaira says she's bringing that busted amp tomorrow, and Denki keeps tripping over all the crap in there. Katsuki swallowed hard and sat up straighter, rubbing the back of his neck. He didn't trust his voice yet. Didn't trust the storm still breaking apart behind his ribs. But Kirishima's presence was like a rope thrown into floodwater.
Steady.
No judgment. No questions. Just a grin and an open door.
Katsuki forced out a breath.
Yeah. Kiri blinked. Yeah. Katsuki stood up, grabbing a hoodie off the back of the chair like armor. Garage. Kiri gave a lopsided smile and a nod.
Cool.
They moved together toward the door, side by side like they had since junior year. Katsuki didn't look back at the guitar. Didn't reach for the broken picture. Didn't have to. Both of them were already coming with him. Izuka hadn't moved from the balcony. The sun had climbed higher, casting sharp shadows across the cracked wood floor, painting golden streaks across his legs. Tinker Bell had long since left him, tail flicking as she disappeared into the cooler shade of the kitchen. But he stayed motionless, breath quiet, pen idle in the margin of his journal.
He wasn't writing.
He was listening. The breeze shifted.
Soft.
Barely there. And with it just faint enough to feel imagined came a laugh. A real one. Rough, genuine, and loud. Familiar. Izuka's chest pulled tight. He turned his head slowly, eyes drawn across the narrow street to the pale blue garage at the side of the rental house. The door was open now. Not wide. Just enough to let the noise spill out in bits and pieces. You call that organizing? That's a trash pile with ambition. Kirishima. Unmistakable. Shut up. I know where everything is, so don't FING touch it.
Katsuki.
Izuka's fingers curled reflexively around his journal, the spine creaking faintly under his grip. He shouldn't be listening. But he was. The sound of clattering metal followed, probably, an amp being moved. Then more voices. Laughter. Denki's distant cackle, and Jiraiya's dry muttering about fire hazards. He couldn't make out all the words, but Katsuki's voice always carried sharp and guttural, even in good moods. And this was a good mood. That was the part that really twisted something inside him. Katsuki sounded
happy.
Not carefree. Never that.
But relaxed.
Comfortable. Surrounded by the people he'd let in during all the years Izuku wasn't there. The years after everything shattered. Izuku leaned forward without meaning to, elbows on the balcony railing, breath catching again as another shout rang out. Oi, Ijiro, if you break that cymbal I'm beating your butt with the hi-hat stand. More laughter. Izuku let out a quiet breath, staring down at the shadows slanting over the garage. The song was gone. No more chords. No lyrics. Just life. Normal, chaotic, loud, messy life. It sounded like a memory he didn't belong to anymore. He glanced down at his wrist at the IGY-6, ink black against pale skin, and pressed his thumb over it, grounding himself. He hadn't heard Katsuki laugh like that in years. Hadn't known if he could anymore.
And it hurt.
More than he wanted to admit. Because even now, across the street, listening like a ghost on the outside of someone else's world, he still remembered what it was like to be part of it. And worse, what it was like to ruin it. Izuku closed his eyes. Tried not to remember the shouting. The way it ended. Tried not to imagine walking across the street and stepping into the doorway like no time had passed. He wasn't ready.
But God.
He wanted to be. And so, he sat, silent and unseen, listening to the rhythm of old laughter and wondering if maybe, just maybe, the song wasn't finished after all. The laughter faded slowly. Izuku stayed frozen on the balcony, spine curled, arms folded tight against the humid air like it could keep his chest from caving in. His journal sat beside him on the table, the cover worn smooth from years of fingers tracing over it in silence, in thought, in grief. He stared at it for a long moment, then reached. His fingers hesitated, at first hovered like the weight of what he wanted to write might crush him, but eventually he opened it. The page was still half blank from earlier that morning, just the beginning of a line trailing off like it had lost its courage halfway through. He took a breath, let the pen rest in the valley between his fingers. And then he started writing. He hadn't expected to hear the music again. Not here.
Not now.
but the sound crawled through the walls like memory, aching and tender and unfinished. The boy across the alley froze mid-step, heart clenched so tightly in his chest he wondered if it would snap in half.
He knew that song.
Had heard it once, years ago, in a burned-out classroom with the windows fogged and the silence so heavy it felt like drowning. It was never finished, but he remembered every note. The boy closed his eyes and pressed his hand against the old scar on his shoulder, just under the faint trace of angel wings etched there in ink. He didn't need a mirror to know what it looked like. He felt it every day. He sat down and listened. The melody was different now, older, sadder, worn in places where it used to be raw. It carried the sound of mistakes and years, and the kind of longing no apology could clean. But beneath it, something still lived. Something good. The boy didn't cry, but the ache behind his ribs pulsed with something like forgiveness. Maybe not yet, but someday. Izuku blinked down at the words, surprised to feel the sting at the corners of his eyes. He pressed his palm flat over the page, like he was trying to calm it. Or maybe just hold it still. His throat felt tight, too full of things he wasn't ready to say out loud. Not yet. The sounds from the garage were quieter now. Kirishima's voice, faint and encouraging. Katsuki's, low and sharp, but less so than usual, like he was almost joking. Like he was remembering how. Izuku traced a line down the edge of the page and whispered, just for himself. I think I missed you longer than I was allowed to. No one heard it, except maybe Tinker Bell, who nudged the door open with a lazy paw and slipped onto the balcony to curl against his leg again, purring like it was her job to keep him grounded. Izuku didn't say anything else. He just picked up his pen and kept writing. The garage rattled with sound. It wasn't a metaphor. The drywall literally shook, the rafters thrummed, and the cracked garage window in the back vibrated with every beat of Kirishima's foot on the bass pedal. Jiro's synth filled the air like an electric pulse, moody, tense, and textured like glass shattering in slow motion. Kaminari stood with his second-hand Gibson, tongue between his teeth in hyperfocus, until I've got voices in my head and there's a deafening silence. Katsuki snarled into the mic, voice shredding the space between them. His guitar screamed in harmony. I've got voices in my head, and I can't lie.
Boing.
The wrong note echoed like a dying goose mid-skid on pavement. Everything stopped. Katsuki's hand flew off the fretboard, face twisting like someone had personally offended his ancestors. Kirishima let out a strangled grunt as he tried not to crash the whole drum kit, and Jiro's fingers slipped from the keys as she groaned. Are you kidding me, Kaminari? Katsuki roared, ripping off his guitar strap and chucking his half-full water bottle across the garage. It pinged off the wall and smacked Denki square in the thigh. Hey ow. Friendly fire. Denki flailed, laughing anyway. Chill out, Baku bro. I panicked. Jiro was wiggling. I was what? Jiro's eyebrow shot up, deadpan as ever. You were doing that cute rhythm thing with your hip. Denki grinned, air guitaring dramatically. It was very distracting. I'm a simple man. Simple is the key word here. Katsuki growled, voice hoarse from shouting, but still flaring with irritation. You keep flirting midriff, and I'll wire your amp through your FING bathtub. That sounds like a hazard and a K&K all at once. Denki replied cheerfully, completely unbothered. Also, I'm not flirting. I'm motivating the groove. I'll motivate your groove with a crowbar, Katsuki snapped. Jiro rolled her eyes and leaned against the keyboard stand. If I wanted a love confession, I'd go listen to Taylor Swift. Try again without sounding like a middle schooler trying to impress his babysitter. Kirishima let out a bark of laughter. DMN, Jiro, brutal. I am the synth, she said, flicking her AUX cable dramatically. Cold and electric. I'll give you electric. Denki wiggled his eyebrows. Katsuki groaned into both hands. Why do I rehearse with you people? Why? Because we're awesome and you love us, Kirishima said, slapping his shoulder with a grin. And we're the only ones who don't cry when you yell. Katsuki side-eyed him, but didn't deny it. Kirishima continued. All right. Let's take 5. Get water, retune, and maybe not flirt during breakdowns? Denki held up both hands like a peace offering. Noted. No flirting during bridge riffs. Only during choruses. Gyru snorted. Like you could make it through a chorus without screwing up. Hey, he protested. I'm sensitive. You're sensitive to caffeine and shiny objects, she fired back. Katsuki dropped onto the worn-out couch against the far wall with a growl, snatching a new water bottle from the cooler and unscrewing it with his teeth. The song still echoed in his bones. I've got voices in my head. He'd chosen it for a reason.
Rage. Pain.
The stuff that festered between beats and bars. He let his head fall back against the wall, letting the aftershocks settle while his bandmates bickered like the feral siblings he never asked for but somehow needed. Even when it was his chaos. And for a moment, that was enough. The garage reeked of sweat and secondhand tension. Katsuki yanked the door open with a grunt, the hinges groaning in protest as blinding afternoon sun poured in. The concrete outside was warm beneath his boots, and the breath he dragged in felt like it scraped the inside of his lungs. Kirishima followed close behind, wiping his face with the hem of his sleeveless tee. You good, man? Katsuki didn't answer at first. He stood still on the cracked driveway, fingers twitching like they didn't know how to relax without a guitar between them. His jaw worked, teeth grinding. But eventually, after a long moment, he muttered, "Heard it." Kirishima glanced over. Heard what? The crack. Katsuki lifted his hand and gestured vaguely toward the garage. The note. Right before he f'd it. Oh. Kirishima nodded, then smiled faintly. You always hear the crack. Katsuki grunted. They stood there in silence for a while, letting the heat draw out the chill Katsuki couldn't shake. His shoulder twitched like muscle memory had something to say, but he didn't speak. Not until Kirishima bumped his elbow gently, voice lower now. Is this really about the note? Katsuki shot him a look, but Kiri just shrugged. You've been off ever since we got here. I know you. You snap at Denki, sure. But today, you're swinging like you're dodging ghosts. Katsuki looked away. Down the street. Across the road. He didn't mean to, but his eyes found the building anyway. A green plant dangled from the balcony rail. A mug still sat on the edge of the table. The curtain stirred, just slightly. Kirishima followed his gaze, expression sharpening with something close to realization. You see someone you know? Katsuki's throat bobbed. He didn't answer. Didn't need to. Kirishima didn't push. He just clapped a warm, heavy hand on Katsuki's shoulder and said, Hey, when you're ready to talk about it, I'm here, okay? Not gonna force it. Just don't keep it all in till you choke on it. Katsuki grunted again. It meant thanks. Across the street, Izuka sat curled on the couch with the balcony door half-cracked, the notebook open on his knees, and the cap of his pen pressed to his lips. He'd heard the song. He'd heard the laughter. And he'd heard the silence after. Now it was quiet again. But not empty. No, this quiet felt different. Charged.
Alive.
He could hear muffled voices outside now, Katsuki's sharp edge followed by a deeper, warmer tone. Familiar rhythm. Familiar cadence. He'd heard that exact tone in passing years ago at school, in crowded halls where Katsuki's name still lingered like smoke. Izuka didn't move closer. Didn't need to. Because hearing him out there knowing he was just a driveway away already made his chest tighten. His thumb traced the corner of his journal, the paper soft from use. The words he'd written minutes ago still echoed in his head. Maybe not yet, but someday. The air shifted. He could feel it somehow. That someday? It might have just gotten closer. The garage had gone still. It wasn't the kind of stillness Katsuki liked after a show, after a fight, that satisfying echo of effort well spent.
No.
This was a different kind of quiet. The kind that crept in slow and heavy and sat on your shoulders like a weight you didn't remember picking up. The air was humid, thick with the leftover heat of too many bodies and too much sound. The padded walls swallowed what remained of it.
His breath.
His guilt. His heartbeat. It all dissolved into that static nothingness. He sat on the couch, spine curled forward, shoulders bowed under invisible pressure. His hands hung loose between his knees, fingers twitching with the aftershocks of the set, of the day, of everything. He hadn't taken off his hoodie, even though it clung to his back with sweat. It was punishment. Kind of. Or maybe habit. Or maybe just one more thing he didn't deserve to be comfortable in. He exhaled hard through his nose. It wasn't even supposed to matter. They'd moved here to regroup, reset, grind out some new material before their next set of gigs. New town. New energy. Fresh space to bleed into sound. But the second he pulled up to that beat-up house and saw that balcony, that FING balcony, everything he'd been trying to bury clawed its way up from the grave. Izuku. He hadn't seen him in over 6 years, but that moment Katsuki caught his profile through the blinds, pen tapping his lip, cat curled at his side, expression lost somewhere between a thought and a memory Katsuki knew. He knew. His chest had cracked open so fast it made him nauseous. Izuku looked different.
Grown.
Older. But still him. Still the boy Katsuki had loved so hard he didn't know how to hold it.
So he shattered it.
Shattered him. His jaw clenched until it ached. His tongue pressed hard against the roof of his mouth to keep anything from slipping out even though there was no one around to hear him. He'd screamed at Izuku. Back then. He didn't remember all the words maybe, because some part of him refused to, but he remembered the look. The flinch. The betrayal on Izuku's face, like Katsuki had stabbed something sacred. And maybe he had.
He could still see it.
Feel it. Izuku, standing there in that hallway, notebook hugged to his chest like armor, blinking fast like he wouldn't let himself cry. Like Katsuki didn't deserve the satisfaction of knowing he'd broken him. You'll never be better than me. Never even come close. The words echoed through the garage like ghosts trapped in drywall. Katsuki's stomach turned.
He deserved to choke on them.
Every syllable. Every lie laced with jealousy and grief and fear that Izuku would one day leave him behind for good. He had left, and Katsuki had handed him the DMN scissors. Now he was across the street again, and Katsuki couldn't so much as walk up to the door and say hi.
He dropped his head into his hands,
gripped his hair. He didn't cry.
Couldn't.
He'd taught himself not to. Long ago, when fists and silence replaced comfort, when pain became routine, when love felt like something you had to yell to prove it mattered.
But he wanted to cry.
For the first time in years. Tears pressed behind his eyes, hot and sharp like glass. He swallowed them down. Again and again. Like swallowing knives. His chest hurt. Not like a punch or a bruise or even stage jitters. This was worse. This was grief for something he was too proud to mourn when it broke. He glanced toward the guitar leaning against the wall. Didn't touch it. He didn't deserve the sound. Didn't deserve music when he'd once used it to say all the things he couldn't say to Izuku's face. He still couldn't write the second verse of that song. Not because he didn't know the words, but because saying them would mean facing the truth. He'd been wrong. So, FING wrong.
And now?
Now Izuku sat across the street, writing in the same way Katsuki bled into chords quietly, painfully, with purpose. And Katsuki couldn't stop wondering if maybe those pages were about him. He dragged in another shaky breath, wiped at his face even though there were no tears. Midnight used to be quiet, he thought bitterly. Now it was loud with everything he never said. And the worst part? Izuku had already heard the song. And he still hadn't come over. The cursor blinked. A steady rhythm on the page, like a heartbeat waiting to be noticed. Izuku stared at it, chin resting in one hand, pen in the other. His laptop cast a soft glow over the cluttered coffee table, highlighting the sprawl of notebooks, 2 empty mugs, and Tinker Bell curled like a cinnamon roll beside them, tail twitching in her sleep. The words he'd just typed hovered on the screen. He didn't say goodbye. He just vanished like some people do when they're scared of being missed. Izuku exhaled slowly through his nose. His fingers hovered over the keys, but they didn't move. He'd been writing for hours. Chapters unfolding in fits and bursts, his main character falling in love with someone who reminded him of a fire he thought he could control. But the story had veered off course. The last 2 pages sounded more like memories than fiction. More like him than his protagonist. More like Katsuki. He closed the laptop. Just shut it like it might bite him. His pen drummed against the cover of his journal, restless, and Tinker Bell shifted with a sleepy MRRP, paw stretching against his thigh. He scratched behind her ears and murmured an apology he didn't quite understand himself. His gaze slid toward the balcony again. The house across the street sat in darkness now. The garage was shut. The light in the front bedroom Katsuki's, he guessed, was dimmed. Maybe off. He couldn't tell from here. But he could feel him there. Like gravity. Like a song still playing in a room he hadn't stepped into yet. Izuku pressed the pen flat against the table. Frowned. Then, with a strange mix of resolve and panic, he stood and crossed the room. He grabbed the notepad that usually sat forgotten near the takeout menus and tore off a page. His hands trembled slightly, just enough to make his handwriting slant crooked when he pressed pen to paper. He didn't overthink it. Didn't draft it twice. Just wrote.
Hi.
I don't know if you remember me. I'm Izuku. I live across the street. We went to Aldera together. I heard your music.
You sound good. Anyway. Hi.
Izuku. He stared at it for a long time. It was awkward. Clumsy. Small. But honest. And somehow, that felt like a start. He folded the paper neatly, creased the edges like he used to do with his notes in school. He didn't bother with an envelope. That would make it feel like a statement. This wasn't a statement. It was a whisper. Just a soft hello across years and guilt and silence. He slid on his hoodie, bare feet quiet on the cool floor. Tinker Bell blinked at him from the couch, but didn't follow. Outside, the street was quiet. He crossed it with careful steps, every footfall echoing like thunder in his ears. When he reached the porch, he hesitated only a second, heart in his throat. Then gently, he tucked the note between the screen door and the frame. He didn't linger, didn't knock, didn't look up at the dark window. He just turned, walked back across the street, and shut the door behind him with a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The sound was small, just a whisper of metal. Katsuki's head snapped up. He sat on the edge of his bed, hoodie clinging to his damp skin from a night of tossing and sweating through dreams he couldn't remember. His room was dim, lit only by the soft amber glow of his desk lamp, the only light he could stomach this late. He heard it again. A faint creak of hinges. The screen door. He stood without thinking. Feet hitting the floor. Soundlessly, trained from years of sneaking out, from nights spent slipping through shadows like he didn't belong in the light. He moved to the window. And just for a second, just 1 second, he saw him. Green hoodie. Bare feet. Wild curls. Izuku. Crossing the street, hunched like his thoughts were heavy, like the air might shatter if he moved too fast. Katsuki's breath caught. He didn't breathe again until Izuku disappeared into his apartment, the front door shutting softly behind him like punctuation to something unspoken. Katsuki stayed there, frozen at the window, pulse hammering against his throat. What the F was that? His eyes darted to the screen door. Still cracked open. He didn't hesitate. Half a second later, he was padding barefoot across the hardwood, nerves sparking under his skin like frayed wires. He yanked the door open and there it was. Folded.
Tucked.
Simple. His name wasn't on it, but it didn't have to be. He reached for it slowly, like it might disappear if he moved too fast. His fingers brushed the paper. Rough edges. Handwritten. No cologne, no perfume, no name. But the handwriting? He'd know it anywhere. It looked the same as the notes that used to land in his locker. The same awkward, crooked scrawl that had written him advice, praise, questions, apologies. It was Izuku's. He opened it. Read it once. Then again. And again. The words weren't perfect. Weren't clever.
They were shy. Halting.
A little messy. Just like him. Katsuki stared at the last line.
Anyway.
Hi. Izuku. His heart did something in his chest he didn't have language for. It clenched and loosened and twisted all at once. He didn't smile. Didn't cry. Didn't say a word. But he folded the note gently.
Carefully.
Like it was something sacred. and pressed it flat between his palm and his chest, right over the ink on his ribs, where his heart used to hurt too much to touch. Apologies for the random asterisks. When I copy and paste from my document to here, it doesn't automatically change them like they're on my notepad. I am going back and fixing all the little edits in between writing. The garage smelled like stale sweat and old guitar strings. The morning sun cut across the cracked concrete floor, casting long stripes through the half-open garage door as Gyro booted up the keyboard with a yawn and Kirishima ran scales on the snare with quiet taps. Katsuki sat in the far corner on the ripped couch, arms folded, letter tucked carefully inside the worn cover of his lyric notebook hidden, but not far. Not far at all. Denki stumbled in last, holding a half-drunk energy drink and singing off-key. I got this feelin' inside my bones. Katsuki immediately scowled. You sing that sheet in here again, and I'm setting your amp on fire. Good morning to you too, sunshine, Denki snorted, tossing his bag near the pedals. He dropped onto the arm of the couch next to Katsuki, who didn't budge.
Didn't even look at him.
Not until Denki's eyes flicked toward the notebook Katsuki had left cracked open at the edge. And then because Denki had zero self-control, he leaned in, squinting. Hey, what's that? That your new lyrics? Or Gyro's head popped up behind the keyboard, eyebrow already arched. Kirishima stilled his drumsticks mid-snare. Denki blinked.
Wait.
This isn't your handwriting. Katsuki moved like a lightning strike. 1 second Denki was reaching out, fingers just grazing the folded edge of the letter, and the next he was pinned face down on the couch, Katsuki's knee in his back and one arm yanked behind him in a textbook arm lock. What did I tell you about touching my sheet? Denki squealed. Okay. Uncle, you lunatic. Katsuki didn't ease up. His voice dropped low, dangerous. You ever try to read something that isn't yours again, and I'll turn your fingers into confetti, got it? Confetti. Denki wheezed. I just wanted to know if it was fan mail or Gyro help me. Gyro rolled her eyes, completely unfazed. You brought this on yourself, genius. Kirishima chuckled, but there was a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Fan mail, huh? Or maybe something else. You say one more word. I'm snapping his other arm. Katsuki growled, finally shoving Denki off the couch. Denki landed in a heap, groaning dramatically as he flopped over onto his back like a fainting goat. I think I saw the light. It smelled like old paper and rejection. Katsuki stuffed the notebook into his bag like it might explode if touched again. Then, to the room, he muttered, It's nothing. Just a letter. Gyro tilted her head. You don't keep nothing that close to your chest, Bakuga. Kirishima gave a subtle grin. Didn't know you were the letter-writing type. I'm not.
Katsuki's jaw flexed.
Didn't write it. The room went quiet for a beat. Then Gyro blinked. Oh. Denki sat up slowly, eyes wide.
Wait.
Is it romantic? Katsuki turned, already cracking his knuckles. Denki shrieked and dove behind the amp. I was kidding.
Kidding?
Oh my god. You're blushing. I'll end you. Kirishima laughed harder this time, shaking his head as he stood and started adjusting cymbals. But as the chaos wound down and the instruments started humming again, Gyro glanced once more at the worn duffel bag by Katsuki's feet. And the way he kept glancing at it, like something inside meant more than he was ready to admit. The garage was quiet again. A different kind of quiet this time, less suffocating than last night's, but still thick with the echo of everything left unsaid. The door was cracked open just enough to let in the breeze, the sun casting soft streaks across the scuffed floor. Kirishima had gone to grab food. Gyro vanished with her earbuds and a muttered, Don't break anything. Denki probably wandered off to flirt with a tree or electrocute himself for fun. Katsuki was alone. He waited until the sound of their voices faded completely. Then he reached into his bag. The notebook was still warm from where it had pressed against his side all morning. He opened it slowly, callous fingers catching just slightly on the folded edge of the paper tucked inside. Izuku's letter. It was short.
Still awkward.
Still burned into the inside of his skull, like a brand. He unfolded it carefully, smoothing the crease with his thumb.
Hi.
I don't know if you remember me. I'm Izuku. I live across the street. We went to Aldra together. I heard your music.
You sound good. Anyway, hi.
Izuku. Katsuki read it again. And again. And again. It wasn't a love letter. Wasn't dramatic. Wasn't even particularly detailed. It was small and clumsy. And left 1,000 things unspoken. But somehow, that made it worse. It was real. No armor. No filters. Just Izuku. The same Izuku who used to leave notes in his locker about physics answers and poetry quotes. The same Izuku who would hum under his breath while reading in the back of class. The same Izuku who had never once said, "I hate you," not even after all the things Katsuki had thrown like knives just to keep him away. His throat tightened. The memory of Izuku's face, older now, gentler in the jaw but with eyes that still held galaxies, flashed across his mind like a ghost. And Katsuki. Katsuki ached. He wanted to respond. Gods, he wanted to. But the words wouldn't come. Because how do you write back hi when you're the reason someone had to grow angel wings just to survive? He gripped the edge of the letter until his knuckles went white. I heard your music. That line rang the loudest. He hadn't written that melody for anyone else. Not really. Not for the fans, not for the band. Not even for himself. It had always been for Izuku. Unfinished. Unspoken. Unforgiven. Until now. He sked in a slow breath and forced it through his teeth. Then, with a gentleness no one ever saw from him, Katsuki folded the letter again and tucked it back into the notebook, pressing it flat between lyrics and regrets. He didn't know what to write back. But for the first time in years, he wanted to try. The bell rang like a war cry. Izuku Midoriya stood at the front of room 204, clutching a dry erase marker in one hand and a half-crumpled attendance sheet in the other, wondering for the 1,000th time why he ever agreed to sub high school English again. All right, he said, adjusting his collar as students shuffled in, loud and half asleep. Let's try to keep this civil. Are you our new teacher or a substitute therapist? One girl quipped, plopping into her seat and pulling a hoodie over her head. Depends, Izuku said, unfazed. You planning on crying today? A few snorts broke out across the classroom. Oh, he's sassy, another student muttered under his breath. Sassy and short, someone else whispered, not quietly enough. Izuku sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Okay, ground rules. Don't insult my height unless it's poetic. No throwing things unless it's metaphorical. And if anyone quotes Twilight without irony, I'm walking. I like him, a tall girl in the back said. He's got chaotic millennial uncle energy. Please don't, Izuku deadpanned. I already had a crisis over my back cracking this morning. He turned to the whiteboard and scrawled out the prompt of the day in messy green marker. Write a letter to someone you never said what you wanted to say. Burn it. Or don't. Felt that, someone muttered from the middle row. Izuku glanced over his shoulder with a raised brow. It's a writing exercise. Fictional or real, doesn't matter. Honest, unfiltered. You've got 30 minutes.
Phones down.
Headphones off. Vulnerability up. Groans echoed. But sir, my trauma isn't warmed up yet, a boy complained. Then stretch, Izuku said, sitting at the desk and cracking open his notebook as the kid settled. But as his pen hovered above the margin, the lesson he'd assigned started to feel like a challenge aimed squarely at himself. His thoughts drifted. To a folded letter. To rough hands and quiet nights and a boy with smoke in his voice. To Katsuki. Again. Later that morning, garage. Katsuki sat at the edge of the same demon couch, a pen in one hand and 6 torn-up scraps of paper around him like a crime scene. The letter was on his lap. Still folded. Still echoing. Still staring at him like a challenge. He hadn't slept much. And when he did, he dreamed about music with no lyrics. Voices with no mouths. And Izuku, always Izuku, vanishing into a crowd while he stood frozen in place, unable to speak. He hadn't told anyone. Couldn't. This was the kind of sheet he never said out loud. Kirishima had checked on him earlier before heading out for errands, gave him a casual pat on the back that lasted a beat too long, like he knew. Like he was waiting for the dam to break. It didn't. Not yet. But Katsuki couldn't stop his hand from hovering over the paper again. He tried to write it back. He tried. The first note was too sharp. The second one was too stiff. The third was too much. Now, he sat staring at the blank space again, knuckles tight, heart tighter.
What was he supposed to say?
Hi, sorry I ruined your adolescence and your sense of safety. Also, I like your cat.
God.
He stood up too fast, knocking over an empty bottle with his knee. It clattered, echoing louder than it should have. Katsuki cursed under his breath. He shoved his fingers through his hair and paced in slow, uneven steps, wearing the floor down with every pass. He wasn't scared of confrontation. He craved it. But this wasn't a fight. This was worse. This was letting himself feel. He dropped back down onto the couch and picked up the last scrap of paper. His hand hovered. Then slowly, hesitantly he wrote, "You look different. I almost didn't recognize you. But your handwriting hasn't changed. I kept every note. Still got the one where you said my lyrics sounded like anger trying to be love. You weren't wrong." Katsuki stared at it. His throat clenched. And for once, just for a second, he didn't hate himself for being soft. Midday, room 204. Izuka moved slowly through the classroom, heels of his palms tucked into his pockets as he wandered between desks. The students scribbled, some furiously, some half-butted, some not at all. But they were quiet, at least for now, a miracle in itself. The prompt still lingered on the board like a dare. Write a letter to someone you never said what you wanted to say. Burn it. Or don't. He didn't know why he'd chosen that today. Maybe he did. He caught snippets as he passed "You left, but I still smell your cologne," and "I hope you choke on the silence you gave me," and one kid just wrote USCK 53 times.
But all of it mattered.
Every word. Even the angry ones. Especially the angry ones. Izuka collected a few early SBMSNS and returned to the desk, fingers itching to sort, to organize, to dissect. He picked one with uneven folds and faded ink at the corners. Just initials signed at the bottom. He didn't expect it to hit. "Dear you. I hated you. I think I still do. But you were the first person who ever made me feel seen and invisible all at once. And I think that broke something in me I haven't been able to fix." Izuka blinked hard. His lips parted, breath catching in his throat like. The rest of the letter bled with rawness, the kind that stung too closely to his own life. "You made me feel like I mattered and then like I didn't. And even though you never said sorry, I still dream about you. Still wonder if you remember the sound of my laugh. I hope you do. I hope it haunts you." He swallowed thickly, fingers trembling slightly as he folded it back up. No grade. No red ink. Just quiet. He stared out the window, heart knocking against his ribs. Maybe it was the letter. Maybe it was last night. But his chest felt full again, too full. Like the wrong word might crack him open. "He doesn't owe you anything," Izuku reminded himself. "It's been years. You shouldn't want this." But even as he said it, his hand drifted to his chest, brushing just over the folded hem of his hoodie where his tattoo sat beneath angel wings, black ink on pale skin. A reminder that he'd survived. But some days survival still hurt. He didn't know what would hurt more, silence or a reply. Early afternoon, across the street. Katsuki sat on the steps of the garage, elbows on his knees, a cigarette burning low between his fingers, though he hadn't taken a drag in 5 minutes. The paper in his pocket itched. It felt too loud in his hoodie, too dangerous in the air. He looked up. Izuka's balcony was empty. A breeze tugged at the wind chime, hanging near the railing. It sounded like a memory he couldn't name. "Fing hell," Katsuki muttered. He stood.
Slowly.
Reluctantly. His boots made soft thuds against the pavement as he crossed the street. He kept his eyes down, not because he was ashamed, but because this felt fragile. Like looking too long would shatter the moment. He climbed the porch steps. He didn't knock. His fingers hovered near the screen door. And then, with a breath he hadn't taken since high school, he reached into his hoodie pocket and pulled out the note. The words were still sharp in his head, even if his handwriting was jagged. "You look different. I almost didn't recognize you. But your handwriting hasn't changed. I kept every note." Still got the one where you said my lyrics sounded like anger trying to be love. You weren't wrong. He slid the letter between the frame and the screen. Didn't leave a name.
Didn't need to.
The ink was Katsuki all over rough, fast, burning. He turned before he could change his mind. Walked quickly back across the street, blood thudding loud in his ears. Inside, he shut the door behind him and leaned his back against it, chest heaving in shallow beats like he'd just finished a set. His fingers twitched. His heart did that weird stutter thing again. And for once, he didn't shove it down. Didn't explode. Didn't run. He just whispered into the empty house, barely audible. I said it. The words felt strange in the air. Heavy. Like they belonged to someone braver than him. But they were his. And he left them there, trembling and real, between two porches and 6 years of silence. The final bell rang like a sigh of relief, and chaos in equal measure. Backpacks zipped. Chairs scraped. Papers fluttered. Someone started humming the Mario Kart theme for no good reason. Half the students were already halfway out the door before Izuku could finish writing tomorrow's topic on the board. Okay, hey, he called out, voice cracking a little. Listen, before you go. Most of them paused. A few looked back. One kid winked like they were humoring him. Izuku cleared his throat and clutched a stack of ungraded pages to his chest like a nervous shield. I just wanted to say thanks. For writing. For actually doing the assignment, even if some of you only did it out of spite. Laughter trickled from a few seats. He smiled, sheepish and soft. I know it's weird having a sub who makes you write feelings instead of quizzes, but I don't know. Words matter. Even the ugly ones. Especially those, actually. Deep, someone muttered. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, cheeks pink. Yeah, well, I'm trying. It's my thing. He stood straighter and nodded toward the door.
All right.
Go be delinquents or scholars or heartbreakers, whichever role fits your mood today. Just be kind to your hearts, okay? They're listening more than you think. The students trickled out. A few nodded. One gave him a quiet, thanks, Mr. Midoriya, before darting away. Izuku stared at the empty room for a second longer, breathing in the silence like a grounding force. Then he packed his bag slowly and stepped outside. The walk home felt longer. Maybe it was the weight in his chest. Maybe it was the way the sky was clouded over like a held breath. Maybe it was just him overthinking, overwriting, overwondering like he always did when it came to Katsuki. He hadn't looked at the porch since leaving last night. Not once. Not until now. And when he saw the thin slip of paper folded neatly between the screen and the frame, his heart stopped.
He stared.
Breath caught, bones frozen, hand curled tight on the strap of his bag. It was real. A note. No envelope. No name. But the edges were different. Rougher. Folded once, not twice. His hand trembled as he reached for it. He didn't open it until he'd stepped inside and closed the door behind him, Tinker Bell rubbing figure eights against his ankles like she could sense the storm in him. He sat on the edge of the couch. Carefully, reverently, he unfolded it.
And read.
You look different. I almost didn't recognize you. But your handwriting hasn't changed. I kept every note. Still got the one where you said my lyrics sounded like anger trying to be love. You weren't wrong. His vision blurred at the edges. The letter fell into his lap, but he couldn't take his eyes off it. Couldn't move.
Couldn't breathe.
His fingers curled against his chest, right over the wings inked into his skin, right over the place that used to break too easily. He bit his lip. His throat tightened.
He didn't sob.
Not right away. But his eyes spilled over, slow and quiet, the way rain drips from tree branches after the storm's already passed. He pressed the letter to his chest and curled over it. Not from pain. Not this time. But from the overwhelming sense that someone after all these years had finally said something back. The letter crinkled beneath his hands, held too tightly in fists that shook not from rage, but from everything else. Izuku sat hunched over on the couch, shoulders curled protectively around the ache in his chest. His curls fell forward, brushing his cheeks, damp now with tears that wouldn't stop coming, no matter how much he sniffed or wiped them away. with his sleeves. He didn't even hear her coming. Not until the soft weight of a warm body landed beside him. A paw pressed gently to his thigh. "Tink," he whispered, voice cracked and hoarse. Tinker Bell blinked up at him with those big pale blue eyes, her tiny face tilted with that impossible knowing expression only cats have. Like she could read grief in his pulse. Like she could hear the thunder inside him. She gave a soft, chirping MRRP, then leaned in and butted her head against his ribs. Izuku let out a sound between a laugh and a sob. "Hey, princess." He scooped her up and hugged her tight to his chest. She didn't fight it, just melted against him with quiet purrs, her tail curling around his arm, nose pressed to the crook of his neck. "You always know, don't you?" he whispered, voice barely a breath. Her purr deepened. "I don't know what to do," he admitted, eyes still glassy. "I really don't." He ran his fingers through her fur, slow and gentle, as if grounding himself in her warmth would stop the world from spinning out. "I mean," he wrote back, Izuku said, shaking his head. "He wrote back, Tink. After all these years." She meowed again loudly this time, almost like a scolding. I know, he said, smiling weakly. "I'm being a mess." He pulled her closer, resting his cheek against her side. "But it still hurts," he murmured. "What happened back then? What he said? What I said, too." His fingers stilled on her back. "It's not just the fight. It's everything after. The silence. The space. The way we stopped being us." Tinker Bell liked his chin, very deliberately. Izuku huffed softly. "I don't even know if I want to fix it. Or if I can." She meowed again, quieter this time. "But what if I let him in again, and it just breaks me worse next time?" He leaned back slowly, curling her against his chest, the letter still gripped in one hand. "I don't know if I have it in me to be hurt like that again, Tink." For a long moment, neither of them moved. Just the hum of the fridge, the slow swirl of dust in the late afternoon light, and the steady rhythm of her heartbeat against his. Izuku looked down at the folded letter again. He traced the edge of the page with his thumb and whispered, "But I don't want to lose him again either." His voice cracked on that last word, and Tinker Bell, like the tiny guardian angel she always had been, nuzzled his chin again like she understood what he hadn't said. Like she knew the answer before he did. Izuku's apartment. Just after midnight. The city was quiet. Not silent, never truly silent, but hushed, like the world had decided to hold its breath for a while. The moonlight slipped through the slats of the blinds, painting silver lines across Izuku's desk, catching the green ink of his pen as it moved in slow, looping strokes. He chewed his lip, stared at the half-written note, then scribbled it out. Started over. The third time it stuck. "I didn't expect you to remember. I wasn't sure I wanted you to, but you did. And now I don't know what to feel. Everything in me still hurts sometimes when I think about us. But something in me also never stopped missing you. Thank you. I don't know what this is, or if it should be anything. But thank you." Izuku. His chest felt tight again. But this time it didn't hurt. He folded the note carefully, slipped it into a tiny envelope he found in his bottom drawer, scribbled a little heart in the corner, then cringed at himself and erased it with a curse. "Dumb," he muttered. "Too much." Still, he didn't throw it away. Instead, he stood quietly, slipping on a hoodie and tiptoeing across the hall. Tinker Bell watched from her perch on the windowsill like a silent witness. Izuku offered a nervous little salute. "I'll be back before I die of mortifying awkwardness." Katsuki's balcony, same time. The night was too still. Katsuki hated that kind of stillness. The kind that let your thoughts creep in like mold. The kind that let your chest echo with ghosts. He sat slouched on a plastic chair on his balcony, barefoot, arms resting on his knees, a half-empty water bottle pressed against his temple. It was cold. Comforting. Just enough pressure to ground him through the dull throb behind his eyes. He hadn't slept. Hadn't even really tried. The letter, the one he'd sent, still echoed in his skull, like a song stuck on loop. Every word, every pause. He kept wondering if it was too much. Not enough. Too late. And then, movement. Across the street. He sat up straighter, eyes narrowing. There, half-shadowed in the dim glow of the porch light, was a figure.
Small. Curly hair.
Familiar. Izuku. What the F? Katsuki's lungs stalled. The bottle slipped from his hand and rolled to the edge of the balcony. Izuku was coming up his steps, carrying something.
His fingers were shaking.
Katsuki felt everything inside him coil and snap like 1,000 faulty wires sparking to life. Panic surged white-hot and immediate. But there was something else under it.
Ache.
Desperation.
Hope.
Before he could stop himself, Katsuki was up, bolting for the stairs barefoot, heart jackhammering like he was 20 stories deep into a live set. He wrenched the door open at the exact moment Izuku opened the screen to slide in the letter. They froze. Both of them. Izuku blinked like he'd been caught shoplifting.
Katsuki.
Katsuki just stood there, jaw slack, chest heaving. And then, he breathed. It wasn't angry. It wasn't bitter.
It was awestruck.
Like his brain short-circuited the moment their eyes met. Because it had. Izuku had grown into something so gentle, so stunning in his quietness that it physically hurt to look at him. Izuku blinked once. Then twice. And then he snorted. A startled, disbelieving little laugh bubbled out of him as he stepped back, still clutching the envelope. You good, Katsuki? He asked, one brow raised, lips twitching into a half-grin. You look like you forgot what vowels are. Katsuki blinked once.
Twice.
Still not breathing. Izuku's face turned pink. I mean, hey, it's nice to see you too, but I didn't realize F was the new hello. Katsuki still hadn't moved. The screen door creaked gently in Izuku's hand, caught between being opened and abandoned, and his fingers twitched nervously around the envelope still tucked between them. The air between them was thick, dense with the weight of old wounds and new questions neither of them had planned to ask aloud. Izuku looked up at him. Really looked. Katsuki stood barefoot in the doorway, hoodie sleeves shoved up to his elbows, veins prominent on his forearms where tattoos tangled down in bold, jagged lines of ink riotous and beautiful. His hair was a mess. His cheeks were flushed. There was a water bottle sweating on the floor behind him like he'd dropped it mid-panic. And his eyes, those same ember-bright, stubborn, haunted eyes were locked on Izuku like he didn't quite believe he was real. So, Izuku said quietly, the corner of his mouth twitching. Is this a bad time? Katsuki's throat bobbed.
No.
Izuku nodded, glancing down at the letter. I wasn't sure you'd reply. I figured maybe I'd just say thank you. Quietly. From a distance. Katsuki finally took a breath. It sounded like it hurt. He stepped forward. Not much. Just a half step past the frame. But it felt like a lot. Izuku's heart hammered like a second hand ticking too fast. I didn't know if I should reply. Katsuki muttered, voice rougher than it had sounded in years, low and almost hoarse. Didn't think I had the right. Izuku's fingers tightened on the envelope. You wrote anyway, he said softly. Katsuki nodded once, eyes flicking down to the note. Is that? Yeah. Izuku breathed, embarrassed now. I wrote back. Again. Katsuki opened his mouth like he might make fun of him, say something gruff and defensive, like always. But instead, his voice cracked, barely audible. You still write a lot. Izuku gave him a sheepish smile. You still talk like you're rationing words for winter. That earned a tiny, strangled snort from Katsuki. Barely there, but real. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. Just fragile. Like glass stretched between them. Izuku shifted his weight and stepped forward slowly, offering the envelope out. Katsuki didn't reach for it at first. He just stared at Izuku's hand. His wrist. The black ink tattoo that wrapped there like a memory IGY6. His throat closed up again. Izuku noticed. But he didn't pull away. Still hurts? Izuku asked gently. Katsuki didn't look up. Yeah. Me too. Another silence. And then finally Katsuki took the letter from his hand. Their fingers brushed. Sparks. Or ghosts. Izuku cleared his throat. I didn't mean to ambush you. I thought you'd be asleep.
Katsuki huffed softly.
Haven't slept in days. Izuka nodded. Me neither. They stood there a moment longer, shadows painted in moonlight. Then Katsuki stepped aside, motioned awkwardly toward the inside of the house. You want to come in? He asked, eyes a little too vulnerable. Izuka hesitated, then smiled. Yeah, he said. I think I do. And for the first time in 6 years, they walked through a door together, not apart. The house smelled like cedarwood and late nights. Izuka stepped inside cautiously, as if the floorboards themselves might remember the last time he'd crossed into Katsuki's space. The entryway was dim, warm lamplight from the living room pooled softly against matte wood floors and weathered rugs. The air buzzed with something music, maybe just barely audible from a speaker somewhere in the corner.
Faint.
Instrumental. Piano over static. Don't step on the Katsuki started, just as Izuka's foot bumped the edge of a pedalboard tucked beside the door. I'm sorry. Izuka whispered, lifting his foot like he'd stepped on a landmine.
Didn't see it.
Katsuki just grunted, towing it out of the way. Izuka followed behind him, eyes wide, taking in every square inch of the living room like it might disappear if he blinked. A guitar rested upright in a stand by the window, stickers half-peeled and body scratched from years of use. The shelf across from the couch overflowed with vinyls and CDs, most with Katsuki's band names scratched onto demo cases, in thick marker. Flyers from dive bars and half-folded lyric sheets were tacked to a corkboard above a cluttered desk. Cables twisted like veins across the floor, snaking under the couch, and out into the garage beyond a half-closed door. And then there were the tattoos. Up close, Katsuki's ink was hard to ignore. Black and red and deep gray layered across his arms like armor. His sleeves were chaos dragons curling into roses, lyrics twisted into thorny wire, soot-scattered feathers along his knuckles. The word dynamite arched along both shoulders in clean, brutal script, framed by smoky wings that trailed onto his collarbones and chest. Izuka swallowed. You kept the feather motif, he said quietly, eyes flicking up before he caught himself. Not that I was looking, I remember in middle school, you used to draw them in the margins of your notebooks and pretend you didn't. Katsuki raised a brow. And now they're here. Permanently. Which is cool. It's really cool, Izuku added quickly. Just, artistic evolution and all that. Katsuki gave him a slow blink, jaw ticking. Izuka laughed nervously. You've got, an entire studio's worth of demo tapes. Is that a signed bootleg from Bloodhound Eden? On cassette? You monster. That's collector-grade stuff. Oh my god. Katsuki turned away and headed for the kitchen. You still talk like you're on a caffeine 4. Izuka followed like a sheep, fingers twitching at his sleeves. Sorry, I ramble when I'm nervous.
And,
You make me nervous. Katsuki paused mid-cup pour. Good. Not like bad nervous, Izuka said hastily. More like anxious nostalgia and chest congestion. Like remembering a dream you're not sure you woke up from or… Jesus, Katsuki muttered, setting the mug down harder than necessary. The clink echoed. Izuka froze, startled. The tea rippled slightly in the cup like it felt the tension too.
Katsuki didn't yell.
Didn't sneer. He just exhaled. Long and rough, like he was trying to push down all the things in his chest and they wouldn't go. Then he looked up at Izuku, crimson eyes dark under the kitchen light, and said carefully, deliberately, and as gently as Katsuki Bakugo could say anything. Can you just not talk for a sec? Izuka blinked. Huh? Just stop rambling. Katsuki rubbed the back of his neck, frustrated. It's not bad. I can't think with you narrating every atom of air in the goddamn room. Izuka's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. Then, miraculously, he let it stay shut. Katsuki handed him a mug. Their fingers brushed. Izuku flushed. The silence that followed was awkward, but it wasn't cruel. It was real.
Honest.
Two boys who'd once known each other better than anyone else on Earth, now trying to remember how to be in the same room again without flinching at every shadow of the past. They sat at the couch, not touching, mugs in hand, steam curling between them like breath.
I'm
Not good at this, Katsuki muttered after a minute. Me neither, Izuku admitted. Talking. Same. Another pause. Izuku looked over at him, really looked, and said, a little quieter now, but I'm glad we are. Katsuki didn't answer right away, but his hand twitched on the mug, and he didn't look away. They sat in parallel quiet, the kind that buzzed with all the things unsaid. Izuku cupped his tea in both hands, watching the steam curl upward like smoke signals from a heart that still hadn't calmed down. The mug was chipped on the rim. He turned it slowly in his fingers, trying not to let the weight of the room press into his ribs. Katsuki hadn't spoken again, but he hadn't told Izuku to leave, either.
So that meant something, right?
Izuku risked a glance sideways. Katsuki sat low in the opposite corner of the couch, one leg pulled up, ankle hooked across his knee. His thumb tapped a rhythm against the ceramic, soft and unconscious. His eyes were unreadable in the warm light focused somewhere ahead, like he was watching ghosts walk through the walls. Izuku opened his mouth.
Closed it.
Then tried again. So, Ground Zero, huh? Katsuki blinked. Your band. That's the name, right? Izuku offered a small smile. Saw it scribbled on at least 20 CD cases. Katsuki snorted, low in his throat.
Yeah.
Izuku waited a beat, then added, it fits.
Katsuki tilted his head. How?
Well, you've always kind of had end-of-the-world energy, Izuku said, eyes twinkling despite the tension. Like if someone threw you into a volcano, the volcano would apologize. Katsuki huffed a dry laugh. Teach dumbass. But, Izuku went on, voice softer now, it also sounds like a place where things start over. Ground Zero. Wipe the slate. Rebuild. That intentional? Katsuki didn't answer right away. Just stared into his mug like it might tell him what to say. Finally, he muttered. Jairu came up with it. I hated it at first. But kept it. He shrugged. Felt right. We started everything in a garage that smelled like oil and moldy carpet. Like if it was going to go up in flames, might as well own the blast zone. Izuku smiled faintly, leaning forward a little. So you sing and play? Mostly guitar and vocals now. Kirishima's on drums. Denki's rhythm. Jaira does synths and fills in wherever the hell she wants. She's scary. Izuku's eyes sparkled. She always was. I remember her terrifying Mineta into never speaking again in first year. Best day of her life, Katsuki muttered, smirking a little. Izuku laughed under his breath, and it was soft and warm and real. The air shifted. Lighter. Katsuki looked over at him, a strange expression flickering across his face like he wasn't sure how to hold this moment in his hands without crushing it. Izuku sipped his tea. I meant what I said, by the way. Your band, it's good. Really good. Katsuki stared at him. You listen to us? What did you expect? Me living under a rock and not knowing good music? Just. Didn't know it was you playing on the bar's playlist. A slow, reluctant smirk curved at Katsuki's lips. Izuku caught it, and his breath stuttered. You've got a sound, he added quickly, trying to cover the way his chest reacted. It's loud, obviously, but there's meaning in it. That one track, the slower one, what was it called? Blistered Heaven. Katsuki's eyes dropped. Yeah, that one's mine. I figured. Izuku paused. The lyrics felt like anger trying to be love. Katsuki looked up sharply. Izuku gave him a crooked smile. Still got the phrasing, huh? Katsuki's throat worked. Yeah, guess I do. The silence returned, but this time, it felt earned. Less like a wound, more like a breath. Izuku set his mug down carefully and leaned back into the couch, looking around again. You really built something, he said, voice full of quiet awe. Your music, your band, this life. You made it. Katsuki glanced at him sideways, then said, low and rough, still building it. Izuku smiled. I hope you do. The silence between them held its breath. Not hostile, just full. of weight, of memory, of things neither had the courage to bring up yet. They sat on opposite ends of the couch like boys playing at being strangers who hadn't shared a childhood worth of scraped knees and shouted dreams. Izuku glanced down into his empty mug, rolling it between his palms. The steam had faded. The warmth lingered. Katsuki shifted next to him, clearly stewing over something. His foot tapped once against the floor, fingers drumming on his knee. Then gruffly, not looking at him, he muttered, "You want to hear a new track we're working on?" Izuku blinked. Huh. Katsuki reached for a battered tablet on the side table, flicked it awake with a swipe of his thumb. Band's been messing around with a new set. Got a few demos recorded last week. He paused. You still have opinions, right? Izuku straightened, eyes sparking. Oh, always. Loud ones. Katsuki snorted under his breath, but there was something almost fond on his face as he queued up a file. Here, he said, holding out an old pair of wired headphones. Track's not done. Still a little rough. Rough's just another word for honest, Izuku said softly, taking them. The track started low, like breath caught in an empty hallway. Izuku sat cross-legged now, cradling the headphones in his lap, while Katsuki let the track play. The glow from the tablet lit up the sharp cut of his jaw, casting warm light across tiny scars and tattoo lines tangled like battle scars across his arms. No vocals yet, just guitar slow, raw, full of reverb like it had been recorded in an abandoned church. Each note hung in the air like it was bleeding. Izuku's chest stilled. He leaned back, eyes fluttering shut. It wasn't perfect. Some chords bent too wide. The timing wasn't clean. There was background hiss like the mic had been too close to a fan. But it felt real. Like Katsuki had written it with his teeth clenched and his hardened pieces, trying not to let it all fall out at once. When the vocals kicked in, they were rough, not screamed, not sung, but spoken just above a rasp. A confession on fire. Katsuki's voice wavered through the lyrics like he hadn't meant to let them exist. I don't know how to forgive myself. I don't know what I ruined. But I remember the echo you left. Izuku opened his eyes. Katsuki was watching him. Not smug. Not nervous. Just watching. Like the song was a question and Izuku was the only one who could answer. Izuku smiled, soft and stunned. You think this is too soft? Katsuki snorted. It's not our usual brand of sonic violence. It's beautiful, Izuku said, voice firm now. It's like your heartbeat with the skin peeled back. Katsuki's ears turned pink. He looked away. Gross way to say it. Izuku laughed quietly. The moment stretched between them like golden thread, delicate and glowing and good. Until, Kiri, you absolute menace to humanity, that was our last life. Katsuki flinched, so hard, he nearly dropped the tablet. Izuku blinked. Then blinked again. Was that Denki? You flashbanged our whole team, you friendly firing idiot. Jesus Christ, Katsuki growled. You're supposed to throw it, not eat it. A bang followed, probably a controller hitting the wall. Katsuki stood abruptly and stomped to the nearest vent grill on the wall. Shut the F up or I'll bury you both in the basement, he shouted through it, voice echoing through the ductwork like a dragon yelling into a cave. There was a long pause. Then, from deep in the walls, "Love you too, bro," Denki called sweetly. Kirishima's laugh followed. "My bad, Baku bro. I'll mute him." Katsuki made a guttural sound like his soul was trying to claw its way out of his body. He turned back to Izuku, looking mildly feral. Izuku, absolutely losing it, was doubled over on the couch in silent laughter. You okay there? Katsuki deadpanned, crossing his arms. Izuku wiped his eyes. That was the most ground zero moment I've ever witnessed. Katsuki groaned and dragged a hand down his face. I'm surrounded by morons. And you love them, Izuku teased, hiccuping through a grin. Katsuki didn't deny it. Instead, he sank back onto the couch beside Izuku, closer this time. Close enough their knees brushed. Play the next track? Izuku asked softly. Katsuki clicked his tongue. But he pressed play anyway. And this time, he didn't look away. Katsuki leaned forward, pulling the tablet closer with a flick of his wrist. "You've heard the soft stuff," he muttered, not looking at Izuku. "Now here's one with actual teeth." Izuku arched a brow, amused. "Should I brace myself?" Katsuki smirked. "Probably." The second track hit hard out the gate, no fade-in, no preamble. Just full-volume riff carnage, like someone had kicked open a speaker cabinet and dared God to flinch. The guitars were vicious, distorted into a snarling wall of sound, and the drums came in like controlled demolition. Katsuki's voice tore through it like broken glass, equal parts fury and precision. It was metal with punk soul. Chaotic, unpolished, and pure bakugo. Izuku's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, this is filthy," he whispered, leaning into the sound, eyes wide. "In the best way." Katsuki chuckled low in his throat, pleased. New opener. Been trying to get the crowd to start moshing in the first 30 seconds. "I'd start a mosh pit in my kitchen to this," Izuku muttered. "That's the goal." They slipped into a rhythm from their listening track by track, dissecting melodies and lyrics, Izuku asking about the layering or a vocal pattern here, Katsuki pointing out Jiraiya's influence in the synth or how Kirishima reworked a fill mid-recording. By the fourth track, they were on the floor, backs propped against the couch, knees bent. Izuku had shed his hoodie and was sitting in a too-big borrowed t-shirt Katsuki had tossed at him when he complained about overheating. "Tell me you don't hear early nocturnal oath influence in that bridge," Izuku said, gesturing dramatically. Katsuki scoffed. "You're out of your Jimin mind. That's straight from Riot Virus's second EP. Bakugo. Be serious." Riot Virus didn't even have bass lines like this until their third album. They covered that exact rhythm in 2017, "You absolute goblin." Izuku barked a laugh. "Did you just call me a goblin? You're lucky I didn't go with feral pigeon," Katsuki snapped. They kept going, arguing over vocals and underground punk, debating whether Split Spine sold out after their debut, mocking each other's taste with a kind of gentle fire that came only from familiarity and maybe a little fondness. Izuku tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Okay, but be honest. Who had the better concept album arc? Screaming Orchid or Hollow Moon?" Katsuki didn't miss a beat. "Screaming Orchid. Obviously." Izuku gasped. "You traitor." They had a cohesive narrative. Hollow Moon just made weird ocean metaphors and pretended it was deep. Izuku was mid-rant about lyricism when a scream ripped through the thin apartment wall. "Denki, I swear to God, if you don't go to bed in the next 3 seconds, I'll throw your console into traffic." Katsuki flinched. Izuku blinked. Was that Jiraiya? Katsuki dragged a hand down his face. "God, yes." Another voice filtered faintly through the drywall. "But babe, I'm winning." "You're losing at living, dumbass." Izuku collapsed into laughter.
Katsuki groaned.
"They've been like this for weeks." "Sounds healthy," Izuku teased. "They're gross," Katsuki muttered, but his smile betrayed him. They let the last track play, the distortion fading out into a slow hum of reverb and soft static. For a moment, the only sound in the apartment was the whisper of old speakers cooling and the soft clink of Izuku's mug as he set it down beside him. Then yawn. Izuku blinked, long and slow, before raising his hand to cover his mouth with a sheepish hum. Katsuki glanced sideways. "Tired already?" "It's almost midnight," Izuku said, rubbing his eyes. "And I have to sub an English class again tomorrow." Katsuki made a face.
"Kids."
"Teenagers," Izuku groaned. "They'll smell the exhaustion on me like wolves." Katsuki snorted. Izuku stood, stretching his arms overhead, his shirt riding up just slightly to reveal the black ink of his IGY-6 tattoo, his wrist flexing as he rolled his shoulders. Katsuki looked away. "Thanks," Izuku said a little quieter. "For letting me hear all of it." Katsuki shrugged, suddenly unsure where to put his hands. "You actually gave a sheet." "I always did," Izuku replied, glancing back over his shoulder with a soft smile. Then more gently, "Good night, Katsuki." The door closed behind him, like the exhale of a held breath. Katsuki sat alone and, for a moment, He almost felt like some weight lifted from his chest. His head tilted back and rested on the cushion of the couch as he inhaled slowly, eyes closed and his fingers running through his hair before finally he whispered, "Good night, Izuku." The house was too still after Izuku left. Katsuki sat where he'd been, back against the couch, the tablet dimmed to black beside him. The music had stopped, but he could still feel it like static under his skin. That raw, buzzing hum in his ribs, the one he only got after playing a show or standing too close to something that meant too much. His eyes drifted to the abandoned mug. A faint lipstick stain left from Izuku's chapstick or some cursed minty lip balm. Katsuki scowled at it like it had personally offended him. He rubbed the back of his neck, shoulders tight. The night had been weird. Weird in a way that tugged loose parts of himself he'd carefully buried years ago. That soft smile. The rambling excitement. That little yawn Izuku tried to hide behind his hand. It all crawled under Katsuki's skin and set up camp like it had always lived there. He muttered to no one. He leaned his head back against the couch and pulled his phone from his hoodie pocket, thumb flicking mindlessly through his usual late-night spiral band reels, half-baked song notes, cursed memes from Kaminari. Katsuki paused on a photo. One Jairu had snapped of the four of them last week after rehearsal. Kirishima had thrown his arm around Katsuki's neck. Denki was mid-blink, and Jairu had shoved 2 drumsticks in her hoodie to mimic horns.
Katsuki looked sad,
but not unhappy.
He stared at it for a long time,
then locked his phone. The room pressed in again, quiet and full of everything unsaid. Eventually, Katsuki let his head tip sideways, cheek brushing the couch cushion, arms folded loosely across his chest. His phone slipped from his fingers. He was asleep before it hit the floor. Morning sunlight bled in soft gold across a cluttered windowsill. In the apartment across the street, Izuku stood in his kitchen, one sock on, hair half-damed, and a toothbrush clenched between his teeth as he rummaged through the fridge. Tinkerbell sat like a silent supervisor on the counter, tail flicking. "No, you can't have tuna for breakfast," Izuku mumbled around the toothbrush, yanking out a sad-looking yogurt cup. "You're lucky I even own cat food, you tiny manipulator." "Marrow," she answered, hopping down and twining between his legs. "I'm serious. You can't keep bribing me with affection. I'm on to you."
Another meow.
This one sassier. Izuku rolled his eyes and shuffled to the coffee maker. "You are so lucky I didn't trip and die just now. Then who would feed you?" Tinkerbell chirped in defiance and batted at his shin. He poured the coffee, swished his mouth out at the sink, and finally put on his second sock. His bag was slung over one shoulder, and a red pen peeked from the pocket. "I don't know what's wrong with me," he said aloud, mostly to the cat now winding around her food dish. "Last night was weirdly good, right?" Tinkerbell paused in her circling. "Like," Izuku continued, eyes distant as he spooned food into her bowl. He didn't yell. Or explode. Or throw something. I mean, he did scream into the wall, but that was at Denki, and honestly, same. Tinkerbell made a contemplative grumble as she started eating. Izuku crouched next to her, chin resting on his knee. He was soft, kind of.
Not all the way.
Just less flammable. His fingers trailed absent-mindedly over his wrist tattoo. "I don't know what this is," he whispered, then laughed quietly to himself. "I'm probably being ridiculous." Tinkerbell paused her chewing and gently headbutt his elbow. Izuku smiled. "Thanks, Belle. You're the only creature in this apartment who understands me." She liked his arm in response. Then bit it. "Okay, ow." Rude. Still smiling, Izuku stood, adjusted his bag, grabbed his keys, and opened the door to a morning that smelled like wet asphalt and too early responsibilities. "Wish me luck," he called back to the cat. She blinked at him from the window as he disappeared down the steps, hoodie trailing behind him like a cape. Katsuki woke up with a crick in his neck and a blanket he didn't remember grabbing. The sunlight was brutal, slashed in through the windows like an interrogation lamp, and his back was stiff from sleeping half-curled on the floor. One of his arms had gone numb. The other was trapped under the tablet still open to the last track Izuku had listened to. He blinked, groaned, and sat up slowly, knuckling his eyes. His phone buzzed on the floor beside him. A text from Kirishima. Yo bro, did you scream yourself to sleep last night, or just pass out mid-existential spiral? No judgment either way. Practice tonight? Katsuki flipped him off via emoji and shoved the phone in his hoodie pocket, then paused.
The room was still quiet.
The mug Izuku had used sat on the coffee table, a faint ring on the wood beneath it. The air still held that after-scent laundry detergent, whatever lotion Izuku used that smelled vaguely like sugar and rain. Katsuki stared at the space beside him where Izuku had sat. He rubbed the back of his neck. He wasn't used to this quiet ache. This feeling like something meaningful had happened, and he didn't know what to do with it. He picked up the tablet, replayed the third track out of habit. Halfway through, he stopped it. Too much. His throat felt too tight. Goddamn nerd, he muttered, standing with a stretch and cracking his spine as he padded toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, at Chiori High School, Izuku stood at the front of the class, clutching a whiteboard marker like it was a lifeline and trying not to visibly panic. The room was full of teenagers. Unfiltered.
Loud.
Staring at him like they were deciding if they could overthrow him in the next 20 minutes. All right, he said with a nervous smile, clicking the cap off the marker. Who can tell me what an allegory is? A hand shot up immediately. Then, before he could even call on the girl in the back, a boy near the window blurted out, "Is it like a fancy word for a story about trauma?" Several students snorted. The boy next to him added, "I mean, technically yes." "Thank you, Karu, but let's give others a chance too." "Is this going to be on a test?" A kid in the front row asked deadpan. Izuku blinked. "Well, not today's." "Then why should I care?" There was an audible ooh from the class. Izuku flushed. "Because," he said, composing himself, "allegory is one of the oldest forms of storytelling. It's how people hide truth in metaphor. You ever read something that felt like it was about something else?" "I read a fanfic once about dinosaurs, and it was definitely about capitalism," someone muttered. "Exactly," Izuku said, maybe too excitedly. A girl 2 seats down raised her hand. "Do you write, Mr. Midoriya?" Izuku stammered, caught. "I do, yes." "What kind of stuff?" Fiction. Mostly character-driven, some romance. And emotional, internal, monologue-heavy things." One of the boys in the back smirked. "Bet you write like," he pressed his forehead to mine and whispered all the words I was too scared to say type scenes. Izuku choked slightly. "Sometimes, yes." "Mr. Midoriya's got feelings," a girl teased, tapping her pencil like a gavel. "I think it's cute," said another. "Bet he cries at movies." "I cry at commercials," Izuku muttered, then instantly regretted it. The class erupted in laughter. He sighed but smiled anyway. At least they weren't bored. Back across town, Katsuki wandered into his kitchen and poured himself a mug of reheated coffee he barely tasted. His phone buzzed again. "Gyro, try not to murder anyone today. Also, clean the living room. It smells like boy in there. Kirishima, we're rehearsing Bloodbone tonight. Don't let Denki sing backup. You know he gets cocky." Katsuki grunted and replied with a thumbs up. He looked around the apartment, half expecting a green-haired idiot to be standing there still, bouncing on his toes, rambling about metaphors and guitar solos. But the room was empty, and Katsuki had no idea why that felt worse than it should. The final bell rang like a sigh of relief. Izuku leaned back in the creaky teacher's chair, red pen still uncapped in his hand, and stared at the half-correct short answer scribbled across a sophomore's paper. The answer didn't make sense. It referenced dragons and marriage in an allegory about the Great Gatsby. He set the pen down and pulled out his journal instead. The one he only wrote in when the air in his lungs felt too crowded with thoughts. "Tried not to think about him today," he scrawled quickly. "Didn't work. I kept hearing his laugh under guitar feedback. It's louder in my memory than it was last night, and last night it was already deafening." He paused, chewing on the edge of his thumb. "Tinkerbell would say I'm spiraling again. She bit me this morning for overthinking. She's very effective therapy." Another pause. "I want to ask him what the songs are about. I want to know if they're about someone. I want to know if I was ever in the music."
He swallowed, pen slowing.
I want to know if I was ever in his heart, even if it was just for a second before everything went wrong. The page didn't answer back. It never did. He sighed, closed the journal carefully, and tucked it into his bag. All right, nerd, he mumbled to himself. Go home before you start writing poetry in the margins. At the same time, back in a sweat-warmed garage. Okay, from the top, Katsuki barked, shoulders tense, fingers already on the fretboard of his battered black guitar. Count us in, Kiri. 1, 2. The first chords of Blood Bone thundered into the air, drums pounding like fists against rib cages. Jiraiya's synth notes slid in like a shadow under the bass line, and Katsuki's voice dropped low and sharp into the mic, biting off each lyric with practiced venom. They tore through the first verse, Denki getting a little too into his guitar solo near the chorus. Kirishima grinned like a man possessed. The heat of the garage turned their energy into steam and chaos.
Then,
Wait, pause. Denki shouted over the crashing snare. Katsuki groaned, neck snapping toward him. What now? Denki wiggled his eyebrows, breathless. So, Bakugo, your neighbor. Katsuki stared. What? You know. Denki strummed a mocking little riff. The one with the green hair and the tragic writer vibes. Katsuki froze. Jiraiya stopped playing and crossed her arms, eyes narrowing in curiosity. Wait, that guy? I thought you said he looked familiar. I didn't say that. Katsuki snapped, setting his guitar down more aggressively than necessary. I said he was loud. Kirishima leaned on his drumsticks, smirking. He's loud and cute, apparently. Denki grinned like he'd just unlocked a new achievement. You let him in the house, didn't you? I let him listen to some sheet, so what? He's nosy. Nosy with a face you keep staring at, Jiraiya said coolly. Katsuki rubbed his temples like the conversation was physically injuring him. Can we focus, please? Kirishima chuckled, shooting Denki a look.
dude.
Drop it. But it's fun watching him short-circuit. Denki whined. Yeah, well, he's gonna short-circuit your spine if you keep it up, Jiraiya warned, already turning back to her keys. Katsuki exhaled, slow and dangerous. He's just an old classmate. I hadn't seen him in years. That's it. Kirishima didn't call him on the lie, but he didn't look like he believed it either. Denki smirked.
Fine.
But when your next song's called Green Eyes and Dumbass Vibes, we're gonna know. Katsuki hurled a drumstick at his head. They restarted the song, and this time, Katsuki played it louder. The last chord rang out like a warning shot. Reverb hung in the air, vibrating against the thin garage walls. Sweat gleamed at everyone's temples. Jiraiya pushed her bangs out of her face and clicked off her synth pedal. Denki flopped onto a lawn chair like he'd just survived a war. Kirishima wiped his brow with the hem of his tank top and grinned. Not bad. Katsuki stood silently, adjusting the knobs on his amp with more force than necessary. His shirt clung to him from the heat, the sleeves of his hoodie tied around his waist, exposing the bold black ink that cut across his shoulders and down both arms, dynamite standing out like a brand. Hey, Jiraiya said, pulling her phone from her back pocket. I gotta bounce. Dad's got some gig, and I promised I'd help pack gear. Later, Kirishima said. Denki gave her finger guns. Tell your dad, he owes us pizza. Jiraiya rolled her eyes. Tell him yourself next time. Later, idiots. She slipped out with a wave, leaving behind the scent of mint gum and fading amplifier buzz. Denki followed after grabbing his guitar case, still whistling part of the chorus they'd just practiced. Try not to brood yourself into a song, Baku bro. The door shut behind him. Silence returned.
It didn't last.
You good? Kirishima asked, voice low but steady. Katsuki grunted, not turning around. Peachy. Kirishima stepped closer, letting his drumsticks clack softly against his palm. You've been on edge all night. I'm always on edge. This is different. Katsuki set the guitar down too fast, the strap slipping off his shoulder and smacking against the strings with a discordant twang. Drop it, I drew. Kirishima didn't. Wasn't just the music, was it? Katsuki's jaw ticked. Kirishima folded his arms across his chest, tone gentler now. Look, man. You don't have to tell me everything.
But I
Know that look. You've been chewing on something since last night. Katsuki hesitated. His hands scarred and steady on stage flexed at his sides like he wanted to punch a thought straight out of his own head. He turned, finally, gaze sharp and unfocused. It's nothing. Just Deku Midoriya. Kirishima raised an eyebrow. Midoriya? He lives across the street. You mean the Midoriya? The guy you never talked about but used to look like you'd punch a wall over when his name came up? Katsuki scowled.
Yes.
That one. And now he's a what? Showing up in your life again. Katsuki ran a hand through his hair, messing it up further. I don't know what the hell this is.
He's there.
And he hasn't changed, but he has, and he says dumb shit, and listens like it matters, and he cut himself off with a growl. Kirishima waited, patient as stone. Katsuki paced a few steps, then back. I let him hear our demos. Kirishima blinked. You what? He liked them, Katsuki added, like it made him guilty. He listened. He didn't pretend. Kirishima's voice softened. And that scared you? Katsuki didn't answer. Because yeah.
It did.
Kirishima clapped a hand on his shoulder.
Bro.
I don't know what happened between you two. You've never told me. And I won't ask. But if he's back in your life now, and you want him there, maybe stop pretending like you don't. Katsuki looked away. Kirishima smiled, warm and unshakable. Just don't let the past punch you harder than the present's trying to pull you forward, yeah? Katsuki exhaled slowly, shoulders sagging. He didn't say, thank you. But he didn't shove Kirishima off either. And for them, that was enough. When Kirishima left, the quiet came roaring back. Katsuki stood in the garage alone, the air thick with sweat and tension. He ran a hand through his hair again, grabbed a half-empty bottle of water, and kicked the stool toward his mic stand. He plugged in his old black and red Strat, flicked on his mic, and stared at the lyrics taped to the wall. Ones he hadn't shown the others yet. Ones he'd written in fits of insomnia. A new song. Fracture Ghost. Lyrics guttural and cracked. The chords sharp and narrow like broken glass under boots. The chorus, loud enough to shatter something in his chest. You said I'd break. Well, I did. I've been bleeding in silence where you used to sit. Haunted by echoes and things I can't say. I'd set the whole world on fire if you'd just look my way. His voice shredded through the verse.
Raw.
Melodic. Screamed and sung in alternating bursts of fury and ache. He didn't think of Izuku when he wrote it. But he could not think of him now. When the bridge hit, his throat caught, and he slammed his palm against the body of his guitar, cutting the sound short like a severed thought. The garage echoed with the silence that followed. Until it wasn't. Steam curled lazily from the bathroom as Izuku toweled off his hair, still damp from the shower, trailing rivulets of water down his neck. The oversized hoodie he wore swallowed him whole, sleeves falling over his fingers, and the faint smell of tea tree shampoo clung to his skin. His cheeks still pink from the hot water, he padded barefoot across the apartment. Tinkerbell was already waiting on the counter, watching him like he owed her a 3-course apology for leaving her all day. I know, he murmured, grabbing a hand towel to dry his face properly. I was gone forever. Teenagers are demons in skinny jeans and eyeliner, and one of them tried to get me to read their poetry about vampires on a skateboard. MRRP, she replied dryly, hopping down and weaving between his legs. He chuckled and leaned down to scratch under her chin. You would have hated it. They spelled despair with a Y. Tinkerbell chirped in disgust. Izuku grinned. Exactly. He moved toward the kitchen, pouring dry food into her bowl and grabbing his own mug from the dish rack. The air felt heavier tonight. Not in a bad way, just charged. Like something was humming just outside the reach of thought. Had an idea for a chapter, he said, half to himself, half to the cat now crunching noisily. Not about skateboarding vampires. Promise. Tinkerbell paused her chewing to give him a side eye. He paced, mug in one hand, towel draped over his shoulder. So this scene, there's this character. He's kind of hard to like. rough around the edges, says the wrong thing every time he opens his mouth. But when he loves, it's like lightning. Immediate, scorching, unshakable. Tinkerbell jumped onto the couch and curled up, tail flicking. And the other guy, Izuku continued, smile softening. He's a mess. Anxious, always in his head, always afraid to reach for what he wants. But he wants to understand the lightning guy. Even after everything. Even if it hurts. He chewed on his bottom lip, turning that idea over, when the low thrum of music drifted in through the closed window. He froze. It wasn't just music. It was vocals. Screamed and sung, like splinters and thunder, familiar and aching.
Katsuki.
Izuku stepped closer to the window, careful not to startle Tinkerbell. The garage across the street was open just enough to let sound seep out. 3 shadowy figures spilled from the opening gyro first, adjusting her headphones, then Kaminari laughing about something as Kirishima waved them off. They disappeared down the sidewalk, their silhouettes fading into streetlight haze. But the voice remained. Izuku clutched his mug tighter. The raw edge in it made his chest throb. He'd heard Katsuki scream in anger, in frustration, but this was different. This was carved from somewhere deep.
Real.
He didn't realize he'd stopped breathing until the bridge hit. Then he turned away fast, heart hammering. He poured the last of the coffee into a second travel mug, added sugar to both, and yanked open a cabinet. A half-finished bag of dark chocolate sat in the back, practically begging to be used as a peace offering. Izuku hesitated. Tinkerbell chirped behind him like, well?
Go.
He trailed off. It's not weird, right? To bring coffee to someone screaming lyrics into the void. She blinked at him. Izuku stared at the mugs, the chocolate, the thrum in his chest. Then he shoved the candy under one arm, slipped into his most ridiculous pair of fuzzy bunny slippers, and locked the door behind him before he could overthink it. The night was cool. His breath puffed faintly in the air, and the distant hum of crickets underlined the beat still bleeding from across the street. He crossed with purpose, slippers squishing. On the pavement, hoodie sleeves pulled down to his knuckles. The garage was still cracked open, the inner lights casting long shadows across the driveway. He lifted his hand.
Knocked.
Waited. The music didn't stop immediately. A few more lines bled out, raw and jagged, before the sound cut.
Then,
the clang of something being set down. Footsteps. The door creaked open fully. Katsuki stood there, haloed in warm yellow light, damp with sweat and confusion in his eyes. His hoodie was discarded somewhere inside. A tank top clung to his frame, tattoos stark against his skin, neck flushed. He blinked at Izuku. At the coffee. The slippers. The stupid bag of chocolate. Izuku opened his mouth.
Katsuki beat him to it.
F dashed. Izuku snorted. It broke the tension like glass shattering. Hi to you too, he said, a blush creeping into his ears. I,
brought caffeine.
And emotional bribery. Katsuki stared, then stepped back wordlessly and let him in. The garage was warmer inside than it looked from the street heat lingering in the corners from earlier practice, carrying the weight of sweat, static, and the ghost of screaming lyrics. Empty cans of energy drinks cluttered a workbench. A stack of coiled cables slept in the corner, half buried beneath an old flannel and a cracked drum pad. Izuku stepped in without a word, bunny slippers quiet against the concrete floor. He offered one of the travel mugs without looking directly at Katsuki. Don't ask what I put in it, he said softly. It's a secret. The good kind. Katsuki grunted but accepted the mug, fingers brushing Izuku's in a small, barely there contact that sent static zipping up both their arms. He took a sip and then a second, slower one. Huh. Izuku sank into a dented metal chair by the far wall, plopping the bag of dark chocolate into his lap before popping a piece into his mouth. It melted slowly against his tongue, sweet and bitter all at once. His gaze flicked up, finding Katsuki standing like he wasn't sure what to do with himself now. So, Izuku said between bites, voice light but curious, what were you playing when I knocked? Katsuki didn't answer right away. He crossed to his guitar still slung across the amp and leaned one hand on it. The other clutched the coffee like a shield. Izuku waited. Didn't press. Katsuki exhaled, sharp and short. Just a song. Izuku tilted his head. A new one?
Yeah.
From your album?
No.
That one-word answer carried weight like it had been carved out of stone. Izuku swirled the coffee in his mug, watching the steam drift like ghost notes. It sounded honest, he said quietly.
Katsuki stilled.
Izuku didn't mean to push, not really. He said it the same way you'd compliment the weather in passing. But his voice was too soft, too knowing. And Katsuki felt the air shift in his lungs. He set his mug down on a speaker amp. It's not done, he muttered. Still writing the bridge. Izuku nodded like he understood. And he did, in a way that made Katsuki's skin crawl and calm at the same time. It reminded me of something, Izuku said, then paused. Not a memory.
Just a feeling.
Something buried, I guess. It hit hard.
Katsuki looked at him then.
Really looked. Izuku's hoodie sleeves were pushed up just enough to reveal one wrist inked and familiar. His legs were pulled up a little in the chair, slippers dangling. His eyes held that same wide, storm-tossed green that Katsuki remembered from so long ago, only now they were steadier.
Sadder, maybe.
But not broken. Katsuki's throat felt dry again, despite the coffee. Didn't mean to wake you, he said, voice rough around the edges. You didn't. Izuku smiled, quiet. I was already awake, thinking about skateboard vampires. Katsuki blinked. The F dash. Izuku snorted. It's a long story. I'll trade you vampires for music one day. Katsuki rolled his eyes, but didn't argue. He picked his mug back up and sipped again, grateful for the excuse not to speak. Izuku broke the silence first. What's it called? Katsuki hesitated. Fracture Ghost. Izuku mouthed the title, eyes dropping to the chocolate bag. He plucked another piece out and held it out toward Katsuki. Bribe for letting me hear the rest sometime? Katsuki stared at it. Then at him. Finally, grudgingly, he took it. Don't push your luck. Izuku just smiled, soft and small. But in the middle of the garage, under yellow light and lingering chords, it felt like the beginning of something quiet and unspoken pulling itself out of the ashes. The world was soft. Too soft. Izuku blinked into the early morning light leaking through the curtain's edge, casting long slivers of warmth across the bedroom floor. The room smelled faintly of coffee grounds and the lavender fabric spray he always used on his sheets. Somewhere nearby, the apartment above him groaned to life, with the sound of water pipes rattling. But all of that, the scent, the light, the noise faded into the background. Because Tinkerbell was sprawled across his chest like a living paperweight, warm and purring in long, rumbling waves. And his entire body hurt, not in the physical way, but in the emotional, soul-knotted, heart-stuffed too full kind of way. The kind of ache that spread through his bones and made the pillow beneath his head feel like both a sanctuary and a prison. He groaned, long and muffled. Tinkerbell chirped at the vibration and swatted half-heartedly at his hoodie string, already unraveled from sleep. I know, Izuku muttered, voice like sandpaper. I'm the problem. He flopped an arm across his eyes, then paused and let out a louder groan. Then he snatched the pillow out from under his head and slammed it over his face. The scream that followed wasn't loud, but it was raw. Muffled by cotton, shredded by his own restraint, he let it all out into the pillow, every ounce of why and how the hell did this happen again. He shouldn't want this. He shouldn't want him. His voice cracked under the force of it, and he collapsed back onto the mattress with the pillow over his face and his heart jackhammering in his chest. Tinkerbell, thoroughly unimpressed, patted up and plopped herself directly on the pillow. And his head, with a thunk. GK Tinkerbell, are you serious? She meowed, loud and indignant, pressing her weight down like an emotional support boulder. Izuku dragged the pillow off his face, breath catching in his throat. His hair stuck out in every direction. His eyes were rimmed red from sleep and something else he refused to name. I shouldn't want to be his friend, he whispered to the ceiling. Tinkerbell blinked.
I
Shouldn't want to get close to him. Not after what happened. His voice cracked again. I know better. The memory hovered at the edge of his vision. Sharp. Blinding. He didn't let it in, not fully.
Not yet.
But it was there. It was always there.
That day.
That fight. The screaming. The words. The pain that turned him inside out. He'd rebuilt himself after that. Piece by aching piece. With poetry and pen ink, through therapy and his mother's quiet strength, through nights alone with only Tinkerbell curled against his side to keep him from falling apart. He survived. So, why now? Why did part of him want so desperately to go back? Back to late nights and warm arms. Back to tangled hair and whispered nicknames. Back to when Katsuki held him, without question. Izuku covered his eyes again, breath hitching. I shouldn't want to hug him. He swallowed. Shouldn't want to laugh when he swears at video games. Or press my face into his hoodie and breathe him in like I used to when I was 15 and didn't know any better. Tinkerbell curled up beside him, tail thumping gently against his hip. I shouldn't want to remember the way his heartbeat felt under my cheek. The tears came before he could stop them.
Slow.
Not dramatic. Just heavy. Familiar. He let them fall into the fabric of his sleeve and said nothing else. His throat ached too much for words. And all he could think was, but I do. He wanted it all again. Even if it broke him. It took longer than it should have to sit up. The tears had dried on his cheeks, salt-crusted and sticky. His head pounded in that dull, post-cry way like the emotional equivalent of walking through fog barefoot. He pushed himself upright with one hand, scrubbing the other through his hair until it stood up in every direction. Tinkerbell sat nearby on the windowsill, sunbeam warmed and judgmental. Izuku sniffed, then offered her a wobbly smile. Yeah, I know. Get up, Deku. The nickname still tasted like history. He stood slowly, each movement reluctant but necessary, like digging himself out of sleep paralysis. His bunny slippers still sat by the side of the bed, ridiculous and soft and grounding. He slid them on and shuffled toward the kitchen. He'd just reached the counter when his phone buzzed. MOM Red Heart calling. He froze for a second. Then he pressed accept. Morning, Mom. Hi, baby. Inko's voice crackled through, bright and soft and full of that unshakable mother warmth. I wasn't sure if you'd be awake yet. Izuku cleared his throat. Just got up. Did you sleep okay? He hesitated.
Lied. Yeah.
Inko hummed, clearly unconvinced, but too kind to call him on it. Well, I was just calling to say good morning and check in. You've been quiet lately. I've just been thinking a lot. That's never good with your brain, she teased gently. He huffed a laugh. Tell me about it. There was a pause, not awkward, but full of something unsaid. So, she said eventually, how's the writing going? Izuku poured himself a glass of water, watching the bubbles race to the surface.
Okay.
I had an idea last night. That's great. His voice dipped quieter. It's about two people who knew each other when they were young. Something happened between them. And now they're older, and they're trying to see if they can ever be anything again. Friends. Or more. Or just two people who don't hate each other. Inko was quiet for a beat. Then, gently, that sounds like it came from somewhere close to your heart. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. Maybe. I'm proud of you, she said suddenly. You've always had a soft heart, Izuku. Even when the world didn't deserve it. He swallowed thickly. Thanks, Mom. Just don't forget that being soft doesn't mean being weak. Okay. You eating?
Yeah.
I'll make something. I can drop by tomorrow with lunch if you want. No, you don't have to do that. I'm fine, I swear. I think I needed to hear your voice. Oh, sweetie. She sounded like she was smiling through tears. You can call me any time, you know that. Yeah, I know.
All right.
I'll let you get on with your day. Pet Tinkerbell for me. She's glaring at me from the windowsill. I think she's judging my life choices. She's very wise. They both laughed. Love you, baby. Love you too, Mom. The call ended, and Izuka stood in the kitchen a little longer, phone still in his hand, heart a little lighter, shoulders a little less heavy. Tinkerbell leapt onto the counter and rubbed against his arm. He scratched behind her ear. Okay, he whispered. One step at a time. The day started with yelling. Not from him, not yet. Anyway, but from the two chaotic gremlins he regretted ever letting into his demon life. I swear to God, Denki, you shot me in the butt, bro. It was an accident. With a Nerf gun. Katsuki groaned and shoved the pillow over his face. The noise didn't stop. Feet thundered past his door. Something plastic bounced down the hall. A door slammed. Denki screamed again, this time a war cry, muffled by a poorly contained laugh. Katsuki sat up. Blankets pooled at his waist, hair sticking up in all directions, sleep lines creasing his face like battle scars. His voice was hoarse when he spoke.
Shut
the F dash up. No one listened. Of course not. He dragged himself out of bed, grabbed the first object within reach, a throw pillow, and yanked open his bedroom door. Denki skidded past again, barefoot and holding a half-broken Nerf gun. Kirishima was giving chase with the most serious face a man in shark print boxers could have. Katsuki threw the pillow with surgical precision. It nailed Denki in the face. Aobaku. 5 minutes, Katsuki growled. I want 5 goddamn minutes of peace before I light this whole apartment on fire. Denki fell dramatically against the hallway wall like he'd been mortally wounded. You used to be fun. I was never fun. Kirishima caught up, panting. Okay. Truce for 5 minutes. I think I've got a cereal bar somewhere. Peace offering. Katsuki turned around and slammed his door shut. Make it 10, he shouted through it. He dropped face first onto his bed again, dragging a hand through his tangled hair. He hadn't slept much. Too much on his mind. A certain green-eyed disaster of a person still lingered behind his eyelids like a song stuck on loop. He didn't want to think about last night. About soft words and chocolate bribes, and the way Izuka's smile felt like someone pressing gently on a bruise. But his brain had other plans. He groaned again, this time into his mattress. His phone buzzed. Against the nightstand. He ignored it. The apartment outside had gone blissfully silent, probably due to Kirishima shoving breakfast bars into Denki's mouth just to shut him up. Katsuki exhaled slowly, fingers twitching against the sheets. He hadn't even written anything yet today. Hell, he hadn't felt like writing in weeks. But after last night? After watching Izuka curl up in that folding chair like he belonged there, like maybe he wasn't just another ghost from the past, Katsuki couldn't stop thinking about lyrics again. He sat up slowly. He needed coffee. And duct tape. For Denki's mouth. Katsuki leaned back in the creaky chair by the kitchen window, legs stretched out, mug clutched tight in his hands. The apartment was finally quiet. Denki had been bribed into a nap with leftover pizza. Kirishima was doing laundry or meditating or whatever the hell that man did to maintain his inner peace. The sun was barely peeking over the roofline, casting golden light through the blinds. It warmed his knees. A breeze filtered in through the cracked window, tugging at a loose sheet of notebook paper where he'd scribbled a half-finished chorus in red pen. For the first time in days, he let himself breathe. No yelling. No music. No thoughts too loud in his head. Just stillness. He hated how much he needed it. After the last couple of nights, Izuka's voice in his ears, that dumb laugh, the way his eyes kept dropping to Katsuki's tattoos like they told a story, he still remembered it had been. A lot. Too much. He needed to walk it off. Katsuki stood, downed the rest of his coffee, and tugged on a hoodie. Black, plain, slightly oversized. It still smelled like laundry detergent, and a little like his room. Shoes on. Headphones in. Half-charged playlist cued. He opened the door. And froze. Right there on the sidewalk like some goddamn anime side plot stood Izuku. And his cat. On a leash. The F dash. Izuka jumped slightly, looking over his shoulder with wide eyes and a sheepish smile. Oh. Morning, Katsuki. The cat Tinkerbell, The 4-pound chaos gremlin paused her sniffing of the hydrangeas to let out a very clear MRRP of annoyance. Katsuki blinked at her. "You walk your cat." Izuku scratched the back of his neck, the leash tangled around his wrist like yarn.
Yeah.
She gets bored inside. Thinks she's a lion. She looks like a furry sock. Tinkerbell hissed. Izuku gasped.
Hey, don't insult her like that.
She'll hold a grudge. I'm quaking. There was a weird moment of silence. The kind that didn't feel bad, just heavy with unsaid things. Katsuki shifted his weight, eyes flicking up and down the street like maybe a sinkhole would do him a favor and open up beneath him. He rubbed the back of his neck, cleared his throat. You wanna walk? Izuku blinked. Walk. Katsuki gestured vaguely to the sidewalk.
Yeah.
You're out here. I'm out here. Might as well. Izuku looked down at Tinkerbell, who had started nibbling a dandelion like it was beneath her, but mildly offensive. Then he looked back up at Katsuki, who was absolutely not making eye contact, instead pretending the cracks in the sidewalk were the most interesting thing on earth. I mean, sure, Izuku said softly. If you don't mind the feline company. She bites. Only fascists. Fair. They started walking. Not close enough to bump shoulders, but not far enough to be strangers.
Just.
That weird middle ground they were figuring out by sheer force of awkwardness. Tinkerbell led the way like a royal escort, tail high and ears twitching. Katsuki shoved his hands in his hoodie pocket. You always been this weird? Izuku laughed under his breath. You knew I was weird.
Right.
Just making sure you haven't gotten weirder. I've refined it. Katsuki smirked just a little. Congratulations. They kept walking. The quiet wasn't heavy now, it had rhythm. Like a song that didn't need lyrics yet. They walked in tandem, steps syncing by accident more than intention. The morning was warm in a half-asleep kind of way. The sun hadn't fully committed to being bright yet, and the breeze off the trees still smelled like dew and sidewalks drying. Tinkerbell trotted ahead, tail high, leash pulled taut in Izuku's hand like he was being walked instead of doing the walking. She acts like she pays the rent, Katsuki muttered after she tried to scale someone's mailbox. Izuku chuckled, adjusting his grip on the leash. Honestly, she basically does. Emotional support, assassin of rogue bugs, judgmental roommate, all in one compact, meowing package. Katsuki snorted. Tinkerbell let out a proud chirp and promptly attempted to attack a leaf blowing by. You take her out like this every day? He asked, watching her hop in a circle after the wind. Not always, Izuku replied. Just when I need the walk more than she does. Katsuki glanced sideways. You needed it today? Izuku hesitated, then gave a small shrug. It's been a long week. That wasn't untrue. But it also wasn't the whole truth. Katsuki didn't press. He just nodded once and stuffed his hands deeper into his hoodie. The silence stretched, comfortable but delicate. Like cotton stretched over wire. So, Izuku offered after a few more paces. You been writing more? Trying, Katsuki said gruffly. My bandmates keep acting like I don't need brain cells to function. They're not wrong. Don't take their side. I didn't. I'm just saying Kaminari's chaos is contagious. One wrong pun, and suddenly you're stuck in a 10-minute conversation about whether or not sharks can play drums. They can't. Kirishima would try anyway. He has. They both laughed, then quiet but real. It echoed down the block like something warm cracking through frost. Izuku's smile faltered after a second. He turned his gaze forward, voice softer now. I heard that song you were working on yesterday. The one before I knocked. Katsuki stiffened, just slightly. It was good, Izuku added quickly. Like really good. It sounded honest. Katsuki's jaw flexed. Wasn't finished. Didn't have to be. Silence again. But this time it buzzed under their skin. Izuku tugged Tinkerbell's leash a bit to keep her from disappearing under someone's front porch. I used to wonder, he said, barely above a whisper. If you ever kept playing. After he stopped. Swallowed. After we stopped talking. Katsuki didn't look at him. Didn't speak right away. Then, quietly. Didn't stop. Just got louder. Izuku's breath hitched almost imperceptible, but Katsuki heard it. They reached the edge of the block. Tinkerbell paused to sniff a dead bug, like it held the answers to the universe. I used to read your lyrics, Izuku said suddenly, voice hushed. When you left them in your notebook. You'd act like you didn't care, but I think part of you wanted me to. Katsuki finally looked at him, and something about the way Izuku smiled small, sad, knowing punched him straight in the gut. Maybe, Katsuki admitted. You wrote poems in the margins of your textbooks. They weren't poems. They were dramatic existential thoughts. Same sheet. They stood there for a moment longer, the street stretching quiet around them. A dog barked in the distance. Somewhere, wind chimes caught the breeze.
Then,
Tinkerbell sprinted, full speed, after a squirrel. The leash yanked tight. Izuku stumbled forward with a yelp. Tinkerbell, wait, stop. Katsuki caught his hoodie before he face-planted into the grass. Your cat is trying to kill you. She's free-spirited. She's got a death wish. Izuku turned to look at him, breathless, cheeks flushed from laughing and nearly eating the sidewalk. Katsuki was still holding the back of his hoodie. Their eyes met. Something thick and silent passed between them. Then Izuku cleared his throat, tugging his sleeve down to cover his wrist again. Thanks, he mumbled.
Katsuki let go.
T-sig whatever. You'd get yourself run over without supervision. Good to know some things haven't changed. Katsuki rolled his eyes, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Come on, he said, nudging Izuku forward. Before she attacks a lawn ornament and we get sued. Coffee. Izuku laughed again. Yes, please. And for once, they just walked two people trying to find their way back to something they couldn't name. The sidewalk cafe wasn't far, just a corner away, nestled between a dusty used bookstore and a florist that always smelled too sweet in the mornings. It had rickety iron chairs and faded umbrellas that leaned slightly to one side like they were eavesdropping. A wind chime on the door tinkled softly as they walked inside. Katsuki ordered black coffee without blinking. Izuku ordered something with oat milk, honey, and far too many syllables. Katsuki side-eyed him the whole time, but Izuku just smiled like he'd earned it. They found a table outside, tucked into a patch of partial shade. Tinkerbell flopped dramatically beneath it like she owned the block. For a few minutes, they just stood sipping slowly, letting the street hum around them. Izuku stared into the swirling foam of his drink, thumb tracing the side of his cup. This place has been here forever, he murmured. We used to walk by it all the time in middle school. I thought it looked fancy. Katsuki grunted. Still kinda does. Like the kind of place that sells muffins that cost more than your dignity. Izuku laughed softly. Still came here. Kirishima dragged me once. Called it character growth. They both smiled into their drinks. It was quieter this time, comfortable. The kind of silence that came not from awkwardness, but from not needing to fill it with anything just yet. Not when the company spoke enough on its own. Tinkerbell eventually got bored of being beneath the table and began circling the legs, first the chair legs, then Izuku's ankles, then. Wait, Tinker, Izuku started, just as she zoomed in a full circle. The leash snapped taut around both of their feet, tangled like a curse from an ancient deity. Izuku lurched forward. His coffee cup slipped from his hand, bounced once, then tumbled to the concrete, splashing sweet latte in a crescent arc across the sidewalk. He caught himself on instinct, hands pressed hard against Katsuki's chest. Katsuki's hands flew up too, grasping Izuku's hips to steady him, fingers curling tight in the fabric of his hoodie. Sheet, Katsuki grunted, staggered a step back. Tinkerbell blinked innocently at the chaos she had created. For a second, just one painfully long, absolutely loaded second, they froze. Izuku's palms were flat over Katsuki's sternum. He could feel the heat of his body through the hoodie. His fingers twitched once. He didn't move. Katsuki's grip hadn't loosened either. His hands, firm on Izuku's hips, were the only thing anchoring both of them upright. Their faces were too close. Their breath caught between them. Izuku's ears turned bright red. He stared up, wide-eyed, and Katsuki's eyes, sharp, unguarded for once, were locked onto his like they were about to start a fire between them. Neither moved. Neither breathed. The tension snapped taut like a guitar string pulled to its limit. Katsuki cleared his throat sharply. "Your cat's a menace," he muttered. Izuku blinked.
"Why, yeah.
"She does that sometimes. I'm gonna punt her into the sun. She'd fight God and win." A beat passed. Katsuki's hands stayed right where they were for half a second too long. Then he slowly let go, jaw ticking. "You good?" Izuku nodded too quickly.
Fine.
Just caught off guard. No sheet. Izuku looked down at the spilled coffee. "R.I.P. to my sweet latte. Taken too soon." Katsuki huffed a breath somewhere between a laugh and a groan, raking a hand through his hair. Tinkerbell batted at the empty paper cup with no remorse. Katsuki shoved his hands back in his pockets and turned slightly away, the tips of his ears faintly pink now. "I'll get you another one," he grumbled. "You don't have to." "Shut up," I offered. Izuku smiled despite himself. "Okay, catch Katsuki." Katsuki didn't look at him as he rubbed the back of his neck. "Kaken not." "Not Katsuki." Izuku smiled, soft and full of something tender. Ears more red than faintly pink once more as he nodded. Tinkerbell meowed and promptly tried to scale the table leg. The walk back was quieter than the one there. Not that it had been loud before, just less aware of itself. Now, every step seemed to echo. Every brush of air between them was thick with memory and not quite words. The air felt denser, like it had learned how to eavesdrop. Tinkerbell trotted ahead, leash taut as she strutted like she hadn't just nearly broken the laws of physics and personal space back at the cafe. Katsuki walked with his hands shoved deep into the front pocket of his hoodie, his head tilted slightly down like the sidewalk had done something to personally offend him. His brow was furrowed more than usual. Not angry, just working through something. Internally growling. Izuku walked beside him, every few steps glancing at his coffee replacement coffee, generously but aggressively bought by Katsuki with a grumbled, "Don't read into it." He hadn't. Much.
Well.
Okay, maybe a little.
But how?
Could he not, after what just happened? His palms still remembered the heat of Katsuki's chest. His skin still buzzed faintly from the pressure of Katsuki's hands on his hips. And now they were walking in a near silence, so fragile that even a single word might break it all apart. "So," Izuku tried, voice far too casual for the storm in his chest. "Do you always grope people when their cats trip them?" Katsuki made a strangled noise. "Grope. I was stabilizing you, you dramatic nerd. I'm just saying, if it were anyone else." It wasn't. That shut Izuku up. Not in a bad way.
Just.
Like being winded by something small and unexpected. His gaze dropped to the sidewalk. His fingers curled tighter around the coffee cup. Katsuki exhaled through his nose like someone who regretted opening his mouth at all. A car passed on the street behind them, music thumping low through the windows. Somewhere a dog barked, and a breeze kicked a paper napkin down the curb. Izuku cleared his throat. "Thanks," he said softly, not looking at him. "For catching me." Katsuki's voice came back just as soft. "Didn't want your head cracking open on the pavement." "How noble of you." "Shut up." They rounded the corner onto their street, both of them now watching Tinkerbell like she might spontaneously combust just to spite them. She paused by a lamp post and flopped dramatically into a sunny patch of sidewalk. "We live close," Izuku said, and immediately wanted to smack himself for the obviousness of it. "Yeah," Katsuki muttered. "Noticed." "She picked the apartment," Izuku added, gesturing to Tinkerbell. "Had a meltdown when we visited. Sat in the window and refused to leave. She's got a thing for chaos." "Makes sense." Izuku laughed under his breath. "Guess we all do, huh?"
Katsuki didn't reply.
Not right away. They reached the edge of the driveway where their building stood as across from Izuku's, as if fate had a cruel sense of humor. Izuku stopped first. So did Tinkerbell, who immediately decided she was offended by the gravel and pawed at her leash. Katsuki hovered a step behind, thumb brushing the edge of his hoodie sleeve. "You working today?" he asked, voice tight around the edges. "Classroom gig tomorrow," Izuku said. "Nothing today." Katsuki nodded. "Good." A beat. Then another. Izuku glanced up. Good. Katsuki's eyes flicked to his, then away. Means you'll be home. In case the cat gets bored and comes to bite me. Izuku smirked. I don't think you're her type. She hissed at me twice yesterday. Still not her type. TCH. They stood there like idiots. Two men in their 20s, still tethered by things they hadn't said in years. Izuku tugged on Tinkerbell's leash gently, coaxing her toward the steps. Well, guess I should get her inside before she decides to pick a fight with a squirrel again. Yeah. Another pause. Katsuki didn't move. Izuku turned slightly, facing him once more. Hey, he said, and his voice was quieter now, steadier despite the rush of heat in his cheeks. Thanks for the coffee.
And
everything else. Katsuki looked at him, something unreadable in his expression. Then he nodded, jaw tight.
Yeah.
Izuku hesitated, then turned and walked toward his door. Tinkerbell followed, leash dragging behind like a line that hadn't been cut. Katsuki watched them go. And only when the door clicked closed behind them did he let out a long, slow breath. Sheet. Izuku's apartment. The second Izuku closed the door, he slumped against it with a long, drawn-out sigh. Tinkerbell gave him a judgmental chirp, her leash trailing behind her like she'd just finished dragging his dignity through the streets. He slid down until he was sitting on the floor, coffee cup dangling loosely from his fingers. His heart hadn't stopped racing. Not since he'd felt Katsuki's hands steady him. Not since their eyes locked in that breathless, crushing silence. Not since Katsuki muttered, "Wasn't anyone else," like it meant something deeper than either of them knew what to do with. Izuku groaned and dropped his head back against the door with a soft thunk. What the hell was that? He muttered to no one in particular. Tinkerbell flopped across his legs. You saw that, right? I didn't imagine that. She meowed and pawed at his knee. Izuku shook his head and buried his face in his hands. This is a terrible idea, he mumbled into his palms. He's Katsuki. Bakugo. He almost cracked your heart open like an egg in high school, and now you're blushing because he made eye contact and bought you a latte. His voice cracked. I shouldn't want to, he cut himself off. Tinkerbell meowed again. This time softer. He peeked through his fingers and stared at the ceiling like it held the answer. I shouldn't want to be close to him, he whispered. Not after what happened. Not after the way it ended. But gods, he did. More than he wanted to admit. He pressed the coffee cup to his lips and sipped slowly, grounding himself in the taste. The silence of the apartment wrapped around him, broken only by Tinkerbell's soft purr as she curled closer. Izuku closed his eyes and let the quiet hold him just for a moment. Katsuki's apartment. Katsuki stood in the middle of the living room like he'd forgotten why he walked into it in the first place. His hands were still in his hoodie pocket. His pulse hadn't slowed since the moment Izuku's fingers touched his chest. Since the leash, the stumble, the sudden pressure of Izuku's weight against him like a memory dragged into the present and set on fire. He muttered a sharp, quiet curse. Kaminari popped his head out of the kitchen. You good, dude? Do I look good? Honestly?
No.
You look like you just got hit by a confession and a truck at the same time. Katsuki threw a cushion at him. Kaminari ducked and retreated with a laugh. Katsuki flopped down onto the couch, scowling at the ceiling. His mouth tasted like too much caffeine and not enough air. His fingers twitched like they wanted to be writing music or punching a wall. Something useful. He hated how loud Izuku still was inside his head. Every glance, every breath, every second they spent walking together, brushing shoulders and circling around everything they wouldn't talk about. He ran a hand down his face. The problem wasn't just that Izuku was back in his life. It was that Katsuki wanted him there. Despite the guilt.
Despite the past.
Despite that FING day. He tilted his head back and exhaled. He still smells like cedar and laundry soap, he muttered to himself, then immediately grimaced. God, I'm
disgusting.
Talking to yourself again? Kirishima called from the other room. Shut up. He pulled his phone out of his hoodie and stared at the screen like it might give him clarity. Instead, it gave him his background a dim photo of his band's last show, backlit by fire-orange lighting. He tapped the screen off. stood up,
paced.
then sat back down. "You're so stupid," he whispered. But he didn't stop thinking about Izuku's smile. Or the way he didn't pull away. Katsuki's heart hadn't stopped racing. It was like a hammer in his chest, irregular, erratic, the kind of pounding that wasn't just adrenaline but something darker.
Deeper.
Gnawing. His fingers curled into his palms as he stood in the middle of the living room, breathing like he'd just sprinted uphill. The air felt wrong, thick and sharp at the same time, like he was drowning and suffocating and burning from the inside out. His thoughts wouldn't stop racing. Izuku's voice. His touch. The look in his eyes, like he didn't hate Katsuki. Like he still trusted him. Like none of it had happened. But it had. That fight. Those words. The ones Katsuki spat to wound him. Tear him down. The way Izuku crumpled inward like something sacred had shattered behind his eyes. He could still see it. Still hear it. That silence after. Katsuki's stomach turned. His throat tightened. He couldn't breathe. Not like this. Without a word, he spun on his heel and stalked down the hall to his room, the floorboards under his feet suddenly too loud, too sharp, too much. His fingers fumbled on the doorknob. He shoved it open with a force that rattled the frame. The tremble started in his fingertips. Then it spread up his arms, through his shoulders, into his chest. His hoodie suddenly felt like it was choking him. He ripped it off in one panic motion, nails scraping across his skin as he tugged it over his head. His breathing was shallow, now short, sharp gasps that scraped at his lungs like gravel. He stumbled back toward the bed and sank down hard, elbows on his knees, fingers digging into his scalp. F, he hissed under his breath, eyes squeezed shut. It wouldn't stop. The memory. The echo of that day. The look on Izuku's face when Katsuki tore him down, threw his dreams back at him like they were garbage. That broken silence. The way Izuku left and never looked back. And now he was here back, smiling like none of that damage existed, laughing over coffee like Katsuki wasn't a walking trauma scar in his life. He didn't deserve that smile. He didn't deserve any of this. His chest seized. His breath stuttered. A knock hit the open door firm, too loud, too sudden. Cats. Kirishima's voice was warm, worried. "Hey, what's going on? You good? Go away." Katsuki snapped. His voice cracked with the weight of it. "Just leave me the F alone." Cats.
Slam.
Katsuki surged off the bed and slammed the door with the heel of his palm, trembling from head to toe. His whole body felt like a frayed wire, ready to snap at the slightest tug. "Don't," his voice broke. "Don't make me say it again, man." Silence. Kirishima didn't knock again. Katsuki staggered backward, heart clawing at his ribs. He dropped to the floor, back against the door like a barricade. His hands clenched at his hair, shaking so hard his teeth started to chatter. His eyes burned. His breath came in panicked little bursts. There was a scream building in his throat that wouldn't come out, like his body had locked it away. His tattoos felt like they were crawling on his skin.
His ribs heaved.
He couldn't calm down.
Not yet.
Not until the guilt stopped screaming. Not until the memory stopped playing like a loop. Not until he stopped wanting something he knew he didn't deserve. The silence that followed Katsuki's outburst hung heavy. It wasn't anger that seeped through the cracks, it was panic.
Grief.
Something raw and hollow. Kirishima stood there for a second, hand hovering near the doorframe, listening to the way Katsuki's breathing caught in his throat. He could hear the tremble in it. Could hear how uneven it was, how close it was to falling apart. He took a deep breath of his own, then lowered himself down, back to the wall just beside the door, legs outstretched on the hall rug. He leaned his head back gently against the wall. And he waited. "I'm not going anywhere, man," Kirishima said, voice soft but steady. "You don't have to open the door. You don't even have to say anything. But I'm staying right here." Inside the room, Katsuki's fists were knotted in his hair, head buried between his knees. His chest kept seizing breath, getting stuck high in his throat, lungs refusing to fill all the way. That sharp, dizzy ache crawled up his spine and across his scalp like static, like drowning, like everything was too much. He pressed his palms to his face. He was shaking so hard now it hurt. Kirishima kept going. I need you to breathe with me, okay? Just listen. I'll count. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. You don't even have to match it. Just listen. Katsuki's nails scraped across the inside of his palms. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. He squeezed his eyes shut tighter. Hold, 2, 3, 4. His lungs spasmed with the effort. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Kirishima didn't stop. Just kept going, voice low, rhythmic, calm. Like the ocean pulling away from the shore and coming back again. Outside the door, his tone never wavered. You don't have to explain. You don't have to be fine. You just have to breathe. That's it. Katsuki gasped and let his head fall back against the door. He choked on a half-breath, but then tried again. Just one inhale. It wasn't smooth, but it was something. Again, Kirishima said gently. Inhale, 1, 2. Katsuki's hand curled into a fist over his heart. He hated this. The weakness. The loss of control. The way everything inside him spilled over like a cracked dam he'd kept sealed too long. But Kirishima's voice was steady, constant, familiar. And maybe that was enough. Remember what you told me, Kirishima said after a moment, his voice barely more than a murmur. Back when I had my first panic attack during tour. When I thought I'd ruin the whole demon set. You said, even explosions reset after the blast. Just give yourself the time. Katsuki's eyes opened wet, burning. He remembered that. He hadn't even realized how much it would come back around. I'm saying it back now, Kirishima said. Give yourself the time, Kats. For a long minute, the only sound was Katsuki's uneven breathing. Still shaky, still ragged, but slowly his shoulders began to settle. His fingers loosened in his hair. The tightness in his chest dulled. Just a little.
Then,
USCK, Katsuki rasped out hoarsely from the other side of the door. Kirishima huffed a smile.
Yeah.
Big time. You're still sitting out there like a loser? Full loser mode. Against the wall and everything. A long silence. Thanks, shitty hair. Anytime, Blasty. Katsuki let his head fall back again and stared up at the ceiling, throat tight. He didn't open the door. But he didn't tell Kirishima to leave again either. And for now, that was enough. Izuku's apartment. The sun outside had started to lean westward, casting warm golden beams through the living room window. It painted the hardwood floors in strips of amber light as Izuku sat cross-legged on the couch, phone cradled between his shoulder and ear, one hand gently stroking Tinkerbell's ears where she purred on his lap. Don't forget to bring your umbrella tomorrow. Inko's gentle voice hummed through the speaker. The forecast says rain after 2. I know, Mom, Izuku said with a soft smile. I'll be careful. I'll wear my boots. And a real jacket, not just that hoodie. Did I make no promises? Inko sighed, but there was a warm, familiar fondness in it. You're stubborn, just like your father. Izuku didn't reply to that, just let the silence settle as he rubbed at a fading ink smudge on his wrist. There was still warmth in his chest from the morning, from the coffee, from Katsuki's voice rough with barely concealed nerves and that moment when they had stood far too close, saying nothing. Hey, Mom, he said suddenly, blinking as Tinkerbell stretched in his lap. Tomorrow. You want to meet at that ramen place we used to go to? Near the river? I'd love that, she said gently. 12:30.
Yeah.
Sounds good. There was a pause. You sound happy, Inko said, curious. Lighter. Izuku chuckled, though it cracked just slightly. I think I'm just thinking a lot lately. About things I thought I'd forgotten. Not everything we bury stays gone, she said knowingly. Sometimes it just waits for the right season. Izuku closed his eyes, her words settling deep. Yeah, he whispered. I think that season might have come back. Katsuki's room. The door creaked open slowly. Kirishima didn't look up from where he was still sitting against the wall, arms draped loosely over his knees. He just tilted his head and offered a small, patient smile. Katsuki stepped back to let him in, his eyes rimmed red but dry now. jaw tight with effort. He dropped onto the edge of the bed with the weight of someone still fighting the ghost of something bigger than he could name. Kirishima entered quietly and sat beside him, careful not to speak too soon. The silence stretched for a moment. Then, too. Finally, Katsuki let out a breath that sounded more like surrender than relief. "Do you remember that guy I told you about?" he asked without looking up. "Back when we started writing music together. The one you said inspired half of the first album?" Kirishima nodded.
Yeah.
"The way you talked about him? I thought you'd end up chasing him down one day." Katsuki huffed a bitter laugh and dragged a hand through his hair. "He's across the fucking street." Kirishima blinked.
Wait.
"What?" "Izuku," Katsuki muttered, throat tight. "Deku." Kirishima sat up straighter. "Holy shit. He's right there. Walks like he's carrying the world. Still talks to his DMN cat like she's got her own Netflix account. Still stutters when he's nervous.
Still looks at me like
I don't scare him." He clenched his fists in his lap, staring at the worn wood floor like it held the answers he couldn't find. "But I did," he whispered. "I scared him. I hurt him." Kirishima turned toward him, brows furrowed. "Cats." "I was a monster," Katsuki said, voice breaking for the first time. "I didn't just tease him. I bullied him. Viciously. Physically. I said God. I said sheet I can't take back. Stuff that gutted him. That made him leave." Kirishima was quiet. Katsuki looked up, eyes shining with something close to shame. "And then one day my mom told me he swallowed, voice tight and raw. She told me he tried to kill himself." The words landed like stones. Katsuki trembled, jaw twitching, eyes stinging. "I didn't know what to do. I got angry. At him. At myself. I wrote songs because I couldn't scream loud enough to get it out of my head. Every FING word I ever said to him, every punch, every shove, every time I tore him down just to stand on top of him like a king of nothing." He ran a shaky hand through his hair again and stared down at his inked arms, like the truth might have been etched there all along. "And now he's just here, acting like none of it happened. Or maybe pretending. I don't know. But I see it. I feel it. And I can't even look at him without feeling like my chest's gonna cave in." Kirishima placed a hand gently on his shoulder. "And you still feel something for him?" Katsuki nodded once.
barely.
"I never stopped." Kirishima didn't say anything right away. He didn't jump in with platitudes. Didn't rush to absolve Katsuki or offer excuses for him to hide behind. He just sat there beside him on the edge of the bed, grounding him with nothing more than the solid weight of his presence. Katsuki didn't move. Didn't look at him. Didn't know if he could. His fists were still clenched in his lap, inked knuckles white, breath shallow and uneven again, but not quite as sharp this time. Not like earlier. This was a quieter panic. A guilt that curled in on itself like smoke in his lungs. "I meant it," Katsuki rasped eventually. "All that shit I said back then? I meant it. I wanted to hurt him. I was so angry. At him, at myself, at the world, and he was always there. Smiling. Trying. Getting back up. And I just—"
He stopped.
Words broke apart in his throat like brittle glass. Kirishima leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "You were hurting too," he said gently. "That doesn't make it right." "No," Kirishima agreed. "It doesn't. But it makes it human." Katsuki let out a low, broken laugh and rubbed at his face with both hands. "I don't know what to do," he admitted. "I don't know how to talk to him without feeling like I'm gonna fall apart. He looks at me like nothing happened, like I didn't ruin everything." "Maybe," Kirishima said slowly, "he looks at you like that because he sees who you are now, not who you were." "But I see who I was," Katsuki snapped. "Every time I look at him, I see it. I remember it. And I hate myself for
it."
He let his hands drop into his lap again. The weight of the confession seemed to pull his shoulders down, slump his spine. His voice dropped with it. "I think about what could have happened if that attempt had worked. If I never got the chance to apologize. If he died thinking I hated him. Thinking he was worthless. thinking I meant every FING word I said. His throat closed. His chest ached. And for the first time in years, Katsuki Bakugo looked completely and utterly lost. Kirishima moved beside him. Not to fix it because he knew some things couldn't be fixed overnight. But he was steady. A pillar. Quiet and strong in the way that didn't need to be loud. You were a kid, Kirishima said. A scared, angry, hurt kid. You lashed out. And yeah, it caused pain. Deep pain. But the man sitting next to me now, he's not that kid anymore. Katsuki didn't speak. You've grown, Kirishima continued, voice low but certain. You've changed. You've bled for your guilt. Written it into lyrics, carried it like a scar under your ribs. That counts for something. Katsuki exhaled through his nose, trembling fingers threading together in his lap. Do you still love him? Kirishima asked softly. Katsuki didn't hesitate. Yeah, he whispered. I do. Then talk to him, Kirishima said, like it was the simplest thing in the world. Not to erase what happened.
Not to make it go away.
But to tell him the truth. Katsuki shook his head. What if he hates me? Then, at least you gave him the choice not to, Kirishima replied. They sat in silence again. The kind of silence that meant something. Kirishima leaned back, crossing one ankle over his knee. I'm proud of you, you know, he added after a beat. You could have buried all this. Kept pretending. But you didn't. Katsuki gave a shaky exhale.
Didn't really have a choice.
It's been eating me alive. That means you care. I always cared, Katsuki growled, voice cracking. Kirishima just smiled. I know. Kirishima leaned his head back against the wall, sighing loud enough to cut through the heavy silence. All right, he said, dragging out the word. That's enough emotional constipation for one night. Katsuki side-eyed him, frowning. Don't push it. No, seriously. Look at you sitting here all soft and squishy, with your feelings on the floor like spilled soup. It's beautiful. Disgusting, but beautiful. Katsuki groaned. I'm gonna kill you. You won't, Kirishima grinned. Because you love me. And also because you know I'm right. I'm not saying it. You don't have to. I can feel the bro love radiating off you in waves. Shut up, Aijiro. Kirishima nudged him with a knee. Look, man. You've been dragging this weight behind you for years. And yeah, you were a dumbass back then. But guess what?
Katsuki didn't reply.
Kirishima continued anyway. We're all dumbass when we're 15. The difference is you grew. You evolved.
You didn't bury it.
You wrote about it. You turned your pain into lyrics, turned guilt into art. You did what you always do, you blew shit up, and then built something better from the ashes. Katsuki stared at him. Kirishima shrugged. So go. Write the rest of that DMN song. Get it out. Then go tell him. Or scream it at him in chorus form. I don't care. Just do something before you implode, and I have to carry your emotionally wrecked corpse to therapy. There was a long pause. Then Katsuki snorted. Soup, huh? Spilled soup. Kirishima nodded, proud. Sad, gooey, metaphorical soup. You're the dumbest smart guy I know. Thank you. I try. Katsuki stood with a quiet groan, stretching until his shoulders cracked. Something in his chest felt lighter, not gone, not clean, but unknotted, like a muscle that had been tense for years was finally starting to relax. I'm gonna finish it, he muttered, voice still rough but focused. That song. Kirishima nodded. I'll make you tea. Make it right this time. No promises. Katsuki's room. Later that night. The world outside had gone quiet again. The hum of night traffic had faded. The laughter of his idiot roommates was muffled behind closed doors. The house had exhaled, and so had he. Katsuki sat on the edge of his bed, cradling the same old guitar he'd had since high school. The strings had been replaced. The frets were worn. But the body still held the ghost of every song he never finished. He thumbed a chord.
Soft.
Familiar. The melody floated back into his hands like it had just been waiting.
The song.
The one he'd stopped halfway through, in the garage, the one Izuku heard. The first time he'd written it, it was rage. A love song wrapped in barbed wire, full of claws and guilt and yearning he didn't know how to name. But now it shifted. He played the first verse slow, measured. Each word came from the gut, from the bruised place inside him where Izuku lived even after all these years. I tore you down just to feel taller. Lit the match while you held the flame. But your silence still haunts my holler. And I only got myself to blame. He kept going. His voice cracked once.
He didn't stop.
You were light, and I was fury. Tried to burn you out of my sky. But you stayed like stubborn morning. And I never learned to say goodbye. He paused. Fingers trembling. Chest tight. But his eyes didn't close. He pushed forward into the chorus new this time.
Raw.
Earned. So I scream it into rhythm. And I bleed it into rhyme. Wish I'd known what I was given. Back when love was still in time. The bridge hit harder. The way his voice dropped, like a whisper confessing under blankets of sound. I still see your shadow in my quiet. Still hear your laughter in the rain. And if I could go back, just to try it, I'd take your hand, not give you pain. When it ended, the room felt holy. Still. Cracked wide open and bathed in the hum of guitar strings fading into quiet. Katsuki sat there, breathing hard, calloused fingers hovering over the strings like he'd just finished surgery on his soul. And maybe he had. Katsuki sat frozen for a moment, fingers still pressed to the final chord. The silence that followed was almost suffocating, not empty, but full. Full of every heartbeat he'd pounded into the strings. Every ounce of guilt that had clawed its way into melody. Every unsaid apology and buried I'm sorry curled beneath the lyrics like roots beneath earth. His chest rose and fell.
Slow.
Steady. His eyes burned, but he didn't cry. Instead, he reached for his phone. He didn't script it. Didn't second guess. Just opened the voice recorder and hit the red circle, letting the glowing light stare back at him like a promise he couldn't take back. Then, without a word, he started to play again. This time, softer. Measured. Not timid, but stripped bare. His voice came low, rasp still coating every word like gravel wrapped in velvet. But there was a tenderness to it now. A careful reverence, like every syllable was a confession spoken straight to Izuku's name. I tore you down just to feel taller. Lit the match while you held the flame. /Thundersore. The mic didn't catch the sound of his hands shaking.
But it caught the rest.
The breath in his throat when the chorus hit. The way he leaned into the words like they'd been carved into his ribcage. The last note, barely above a whisper. When the last chord faded into silence, Katsuki hit stop. And stared at the screen. Track saved. No title. Just a timestamp. 1:13 a.m. He sat there for a beat longer. Then moved. Quiet as shadow, he slipped the phone from its case and transferred the file to an old USB stick. It was scuffed from years of use, faded red plastic with a bite mark on the corner, something Kaminari had gnawed on during a particularly dumb night of Mario Kart and too much caffeine. Katsuki clicked it shut and grabbed a scrap of notebook paper from his desk drawer. Folded it around the USB once, twice, neat and square. He didn't write anything on it. No name. No explanation. Just the song. He pulled on his hoodie, shoved the paper into his pocket, and stepped out into the cold night air. Outside Izuku's apartment. 1:29 a.m. The street was quiet. Lamplight pooled on the cracked pavement like puddles of honey. A breeze whispered through the trees. The distant hum of city life was a faint murmur in the background, but here, on the street, it felt like the whole world had hit pause. Katsuki crossed the road slowly, head down, hood up. His boots barely made a sound against the sidewalk. Tinkerbell's window was dark. He hesitated when he reached the mailbox. The metal creaked when he opened it just a bit. Inside, he placed the folded note with the USB like it was something fragile. Then, without another thought, he shut the lid, turned, and walked away. He didn't wait, didn't look back,
Didn't expect anything.
but a piece of him stayed behind in that mailbox. Tucked inside the plastic and lyrics. A soft rasp of a voice soaked in regret and want, and every word he didn't know how to say with his mouth. Maybe Izuku would never listen to it. Maybe he'd hate it. Maybe he'd cry. Maybe he'd delete it without ever knowing what it meant. But Katsuki had given it, and that was more than he ever thought he'd have the courage to do. Morning came like a sigh through the window. The faint hush of wind carried the scent of pavement dust and wet leaves, curling beneath the slightly cracked pane and into Izuku's bedroom. Sunlight spilled like gold across the messy sheets tangled around his legs, the soft purring weight of Tinkerbell draped across his hip. Izuku stirred slowly. His lashes fluttered. A groggy exhale slipped from between his lips as he blinked blearily at the ceiling half-formed dreams still clinging to the edges of his mind like fog. For a moment, everything was still. Tinkerbell stretched luxuriously beside him, her paws kneading into the worn comforter. She let out a single, demanding meow sharp and self-important, like a tiny queen reminding her servant that breakfast was now 30 seconds late. Izuku smiled. Okay, he rasped, voice coated in morning dust. He dragged himself up, rubbing a hand across his face before dropping a lazy kiss to the top of her warm, velvety head. I'm up. You win. As always. He shuffled to the kitchen, the wooden floor cool beneath his feet. His favorite mug, the one with the faded, "Right like you're running out of time" quote etched into the side, sat waiting beside the kettle. Tinkerbell paced beneath the counter like a shark in shallow water, meowing every third step for effect. The day unfurled slowly.
Routine.
Comforting. Izuku fed her, made his coffee, pulled on a too-large hoodie that smelled faintly of lavender detergent and ink. He thumbed through the well-loved pages of his notebook as he leaned against the counter, scribbling half-formed lines, quiet dialogue fragments, scene ideas that flitted in and out like butterflies. And yet, something buzzed beneath his skin. A restlessness. Not anxiety, not exactly. Not dread. But awareness. Like something unseen had shifted in the night, and his body felt it before his mind caught up. The feeling stayed with him as he brushed his teeth, packed his bag, looped Tinkerbell's leash onto her HRNSS in preparation for their quick morning walk. She bounded excitedly to the door, tail held high, ready to claim the sidewalk as her kingdom. And then he opened the door. The mailbox clinked shut softly. Izuku blinked. He hadn't remembered hearing it open. Curious, he stepped out and pulled it open again. Inside, nestled in the corner like something left behind in a rush, was a folded square of paper. Red plastic peeked from within an old USB, nondescript, familiar in that throwback kind of way. There was no name, no note. Nothing to tell him who it was from or what it held. He frowned and turned it over in his hand. Just a USB.
Weird.
Maybe it was a mistake? Something from the landlord?
Or his heart jumped.
Or maybe.
No, it couldn't be.
He stared at it a moment longer, chewing on the inside of his cheek, then slipped it carefully into the front pocket of his hoodie. His fingers hovered there afterward, tracing the weight of it. It burned like a secret. Back inside, Tinkerbell made herself at home on the windowsill again, tail swishing lazily. Izuku sat down on the couch and stared blankly at his laptop. The cursor blinked in time with his heartbeat. Still, he didn't reach for the USB. Not yet. He didn't want to know. Not until he was ready. Not until he could breathe through whatever it might unlock. The possibilities flooded in. A prank? A song? A letter? He glanced out the window across the street, where the garage still sat quiet and closed. Katsuki's windows were shut, but the silence felt charged. Tinkerbell flicked her tail against the glass, tracking a bird on the power line. Izuku curled his fingers around the edge of the cushion, grounding himself. He didn't listen yet, but he would. He would. When the ache in his chest stopped thudding against his ribs like a fist demanding to be heard. Izuku watched the sky as the train rocked gently beneath him. City towers loomed in the distance, glass, blinking with the reflection of sunlight and clouds. Somewhere between the hum of the engine and the soft jostle of the carriage, his hand found its way to the pocket of his hoodie again, thumb rubbing over the square corner of the folded paper, the hard edge of the USB stick nestled inside. He hadn't opened it. Not yet. He didn't even know if he could. His heart had been in his throat since the moment he found it that morning. It hadn't dropped since. What if it wasn't from him? What if it was? What if it was a joke? Or worse, what if it was sincere? The train lurched as it pulled into the next stop, snapping Izuku from his spiral. He gathered his bag, blinked sunlight from his eyes, and stepped off with a crowd of commuters, all of them swimming through the weekday morning like it was any other. Except it wasn't. Not for him. The high school was buzzing with noise the moment he stepped through the gate. Students darted between lockers. Voices echoed in the halls. Someone's Bluetooth speaker blared a pop remix that bounced off the walls until a teacher poked her head out and threatened to confiscate it. A girl with a bright yellow backpack waved at him with a grin. "Hey, Mr. Midoriya. Are we writing poetry today, or are you going to make us diagram sentences again?" Izuku managed a faint chuckle, shouldering his bag. "That depends. Did any of you actually do your reading homework?"
She groaned.
"Ugh, you do love pain, don't you?" "Tragic flaw of mine," he replied, slipping into the teacher's lounge with the ease of habit. Inside, the clock on the wall ticked too loudly. He poured himself a cup of bitter, lukewarm coffee and stared down at his reflection in the surface for a long moment. His other hand brushed against the USB, again still in his pocket. Still untouched. Still heavy. Later, he told himself. After school. After work. After everything else is done. As if postponing it could dull the blade. His classroom was already buzzing when he walked in. A handful of girls were huddled near the window, loudly debating the best romance tropes. Someone had written Midoriya-sensei slays in highlighter on the corner of the whiteboard. His "What's your favorite book?" wall had new sticky notes. One student, a lanky boy in a beanie, looked up as he entered. "Yo, sensei," he said, grinning. "You look like you saw a ghost." Izuku blinked. "Huh. You got that haunted protagonist vibe going on today. Like you've been dramatically brooding about your past or something." A chorus of laughter followed. Izuku flushed faintly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Guess I didn't sleep much." "You're supposed to assign us emotional damage, not have it," one girl teased, flipping open her notebook. "Maybe I'm trying to stay relatable," he offered with a faint smile. But the words fell flat even as he said them.
Because it was haunting him.
Every word of that song, if it was a song. Every possible meaning. Every version of Katsuki's voice he could imagine coming through the speakers. Harsh, soft, broken, sharp. Apologetic. Conflicted. Angry. Loving? He sat at his desk, watching the students mill around, his hand curled into a loose fist against the USB in his pocket. He made it through the day, by muscle memory. He taught grammar. Assigned writing prompts. Listened to passionate teenage arguments about whether soulmates were fate or fiction. He laughed in all the right places. Smiled just enough. Gave passing nods to coworkers in the hallway. But the moment he stepped off the train that evening, he felt it. The pull. The weight. It was still in his pocket. Still warm from his body heat. Still humming like a second heartbeat pressed against his hip. As he walked home with the orange dusk blooming across the sky, Izuku didn't think about dinner. Or laundry. Or lesson plans for tomorrow. He only thought of the USB. Of him. Of the boy who became a storm and left scars behind. And the man who might have bled truth into a song just for him. Izuku sat at the edge of his bed, the USB clutched between his fingers like it might vanish if he loosened his grip. The room was quiet. Too quiet. Tinkerbell curled up on the windowsill, tail twitching in her sleep as the city murmured faintly beyond the glass. A few cars drifted past. Somewhere, a dog barked. But inside this little apartment, his world, it was all stillness. His laptop blinked to life with a soft chime. The USB slid in with a faint click. Izuku's pulse roared in his ears. For a moment, he hesitated. His fingers hovered over the file 113A.M. like it was a detonator.
And, in a way, it was.
This tiny piece of plastic held something fragile and irreversible. Something he couldn't unhear once it passed through his chest and into the softest parts of him. He clicked it. The track opened. And then, silence. Then, a slow, familiar chord. Tentative. Careful. Like a secret knocking at the back of his ribs. And then Katsuki's voice. Rough.
Low.
Still edged with that signature rasp but softened. Worn in like a favorite hoodie. Each word was careful. Measured. As if every syllable had to be carried past the barbed wire in his throat. I tore you down just to feel taller. Lit the match while you held the flame. Izuku's breath hitched. The voice alone was enough to break him, but the lyrics? They gutted him. He knew those words. Not the exact ones, but the feeling. The guilt.
The ache.
The way Katsuki had always burned too hot, too bright. The way Izuku had gotten caught in the blaze and still reached for him with singed fingers. His hand covered his mouth as the chorus hit. So I scream it into rhythm, and I bleed it into rhyme. Wish I'd known what I was given, back when love was still in time. He couldn't breathe. He remembered the hallway, the shouting, the slam of a locker. The way Katsuki's words had carved him up and left pieces of him bleeding in front of everyone. He remembered the bathroom stall, the shaking hands, the silence that followed him home for weeks. But he also remembered warm summers, backyard puddles, the way Katsuki used to sit with him on the swings in silence when his parents were fighting, the way he always stood between Izuku and trouble, even while being the trouble. His chest ached like someone had turned his ribs to paper. The song kept growing until it reached the final bridge. And that's when Izuku really broke. I still see your shadow in my quiet, still hear your laughter in the rain, and if I could go back just to try it, I'd take your hand, not give you pain. His shoulders shook.
His
fingers trembled over the keyboard. Tears slid down his cheeks before he even realized he was crying slow and silent, like the heart inside him had finally tipped over the edge and spilled out everything it had been holding for years. When the final chord faded, Izuku didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink. Just sat there cracked wide open, the screen before him still glowing, Katsuki's voice lingering in the air like smoke. He reached up and wiped his face with the sleeve of his hoodie, breath hitching in quiet sobs. He wasn't sure what to think, what to feel, only that it was real. All of it. Every note, every lyric, every inch of Katsuki's truth handed to him not in an apology, but in something better. A song that didn't erase the past. A song that acknowledged it, loved through it, lived with it. Izuku stared at the screen, then down at the USB in his hand, then up through the glass window, across the dark street, to the house where the light in Katsuki's bedroom still glowed faint and warm. He whispered softly, a hitch of a smile trembling on his lips. You idiot. But it sounded more like, thank you. The tears didn't stop when the music ended. If anything, the silence after made them worse. It was like the world had fallen still just to let Izuku fall apart properly. He sat frozen on the edge of his bed, laptop glowing beside him, one hand still curled around the USB like it might anchor him to the floor. His shoulders heaved as sobs racked his chest, slow and ugly, the kind that came from somewhere so deep they had no words. He buried his face in his hands. His breath came in sharp, broken gasps, lungs trembling as years of buried memories surfaced all at once clawed their way out of the corners he'd shoved them into. The sound of locker doors slamming. The way Katsuki's words had sounded like explosions, blunt force trauma in syllables. The days after. The way it felt to cry in a bathroom stall so quietly no one would hear. The sterile white of hospital lights. His mother's hands clutching his. The broken sobs she'd tried to muffle against the side of his bed. The way she kissed his forehead and whispered how glad she was that he hadn't disappeared forever.
And now
there was this song, this man, that voice, older now, deeper, still carrying that molten edge of fire and fury but threaded with sorrow and wanting with remorse. Katsuki had sung like someone who knew what he'd done and regretted it. Izuku sobbed harder, curling forward until his forehead touched his knees. His hands clenched in his hair as emotion cracked through him in waves. He didn't fight it. Let it rise and crash and burn in his throat until his body had nothing left but shudders and hiccuping breaths. It wasn't just grief. It wasn't just guilt. It was relief. For once, it wasn't just him carrying it. For once, Katsuki had said it even if it wasn't in words. He'd sung it, and Izuka heard him. All of him. And gods, it hurt. But it healed something, too. Something he hadn't even known was still bleeding inside him. Minutes passed. Or maybe hours. Eventually, he lifted his head, red-eyed and raw, wiping his face with the sleeve of his hoodie. His lips trembled as he drew in a deep breath and let it out slow, still shaky, but grounded. The USB lay beside him on the bed now. Just a piece of plastic again. But it felt like a bridge. Like a tether between the boy he had loved once and the man he might still be falling for now. His gaze drifted to the window. The light in Katsuki's room was still on. He didn't think.
Didn't make a plan.
He moved. Izuka stood, grabbed his phone and keys, tugged on the oversized green hoodie draped across the back of his chair. He didn't even check the mirror. His eyes were puffy, his cheeks flushed. But he didn't care. The ache in his chest wasn't fear anymore. It was momentum. The hallway felt too narrow. The stairs too slow. The night air kissed his skin with a chill as he stepped outside and let the door shut quietly behind him. The USB stayed on his bed. It had already done what it needed to. He didn't run. He just walked. One step. Then another. Quiet on the sidewalk. The street lamp painted golden light across the pavement as the world slept around him. His eyes were still glassy. But his feet knew where they were going. Across the street.
To him.
The night air was sharp. Not cold enough to bite, but enough to wake him up, even as the world felt like it was still wrapped in that distant haze of emotion that had pulled him under hours ago. Izuka hadn't meant to get up. He hadn't meant to move, or breathe, or hope.
But here he was.
Wearing a hoodie that hung too loose around his shoulders, his slippers slapping softly against the concrete, his throat sore from crying, heart aching in a way that had nothing to do with the wind in his lungs and everything to do with what had been left unspoken for years. He walked like someone carrying a weight too big for his chest, like he was holding something fragile inside him, and every step might crack it. The neighborhood was quiet, except for the sound of his breath and the soft, traitorous flutter in his chest. Katsuki's light was still on, and that meant something. God, the song, he could still hear it. Feel it. It played in his chest like a second heartbeat, stubborn and raw and real. Katsuki's voice had wrapped around every part of him, scratching against memory and scar tissue, like it was trying to apologize for all of it. For the silence. For the hallway. For the years. Izuka hated how much he wanted to forgive him. He hated how bad he wanted to be close again. He hated how that song made it impossible not to feel everything. His hand trembled at his side as he reached the porch steps. He paused at the base, staring up like the house might vanish if he blinked. This is it. This was the line between what they were and what they could be. His feet moved anyway. He stepped onto the porch, lifted his hand, took one breath, and the door opened before he could knock. And there he was.
Katsuki.
Soft lit in the doorway, shadows under his eyes, hoodie sleeves too long and hair rumpled like he'd run his hands through it 100 times in one night. Like, maybe he'd been waiting too. Their eyes locked. Neither of them moved. For a moment, the world stopped. Katsuki's lips parted, breath catching in his throat. He whispered, like the air had been knocked out of him. Izuku just stared.
He couldn't think. Couldn't breathe.
Could not feel. The weight in his chest swelled all at once and broke. His fingers twitched at his side, then curled into a fist. And before he even knew what he was doing, he stepped forward, hauled off, and smacked Katsuki across the face. Not hard, not cruel, but enough to snap the static between them like a thunderclap. Katsuki blinked, stunned, his head jerking slightly with emotion. The red mark was already rising on his cheek. Izuka's breath hitched, tears hot at the corners of his eyes, threatening to spill again as he whisper-yelled, his voice cracking. You F-hingy idiot.
Katsuki didn't speak.
Didn't react. He just looked at him, wide-eyed, breathless. Something fragile in the way his chest rose. And before Katsuki could say anything, before he could even think, Izuka's hand shot out again, this time gripping the front of his hoodie in both fists. He yanked him forward and kissed him. It wasn't soft. It wasn't perfect. It was messy and wet and shaking and full of everything Izuku couldn't say. It tasted like desperation, like the sharp edges of old pain, like forgiveness held between two mouths too afraid to break it by breathing. And when Izuku finally pulled back, he didn't go far, just enough to drop his forehead against Katsuki's chest. His arms stayed tucked between them, knuckles still curled in the fabric of that worn hoodie like it was the only thing keeping him standing. His voice came out small, trembling. "I hate you sometimes," he whispered. "But I never stopped wanting this." The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full, tense with the echo of years, the ache of music, the tremble of something beginning again. And for the first time in a long time, neither of them stepped away. They didn't move. Not for a long moment. Izuku kept his forehead pressed to Katsuki's chest, still clutching the fabric of his hoodie like he was afraid he'd vanish if he let go. Katsuki stood frozen in the doorway, arms hovering like he wasn't sure what he was allowed to do, how close he was allowed to be. The sound of their breathing filled the space between heartbeats. Katsuki's chest rose and fell in shallow, unsteady waves. Then, slowly, like something fragile inside him finally gave up the fight, his hands lifted. They ghosted over Izuku's sides, hesitated, and then gripped, firm, meeting, anchored. His fingers pressed into the dips of Izuku's hips, holding him like a lifeline. His head bowed, chin against green curls, and his shoulders shook with the force of a breath he didn't release until it stuttered out in a ragged sound that was almost a sob. "Izuku." His voice cracked.
Raw. Gravel.
"Izuku, I'm sorry. I'm so f***ing sorry. I can't." His throat clenched around the words, and he dropped his head lower, voice trembling. "I don't deserve to say it. I don't. But I have to. I was a piece of shit. I was angry and scared and cruel, and I hurt you enough. I still hear what I said that day in my head. Still see your face. Still feel how cold it got after you disappeared." He choked on the last word. "I lost you." He pulled back just enough to look down at him, guilt crashing across his face in waves. The kind of look that was full of someone carrying too much for too long. Someone drowning quietly, without letting anyone see. "I didn't just lose my best friend," Katsuki said, voice quieter now. "I lost the person I." But Izuku reached up swift, sure, and pressed his palm over Katsuki's mouth. Firm. Not angry, but stern. Enough to make Katsuki freeze, wide-eyed, breath stuck in his throat. Izuku's own face was wet again, tears slipping quietly down his cheeks, but his expression was solid. Serious. His green eyes were glassy but burning. "Shut up," he whispered. Katsuki blinked. Izuku's voice wavered, but never broke. "You were a kid. A cruel, stupid, scared kid. But you were still just a kid. And that's not who you are anymore." His fingers trembled slightly against Katsuki's lips. "You wrote it all into that song. You bled for it. You gave me your apology already, Kaken. And I heard you. I heard all of it." He lowered his hand slowly, letting his fingers trail down the side of Katsuki's jaw. His thumb brushed just under the red mark from the earlier slap, eyes softening. "I cried for you," Izuku whispered, voice barely audible over the hum of the porch light above them. "I cried for us. And now I want to give us a chance to move past that. If you'll let me." Katsuki stood there, speechless, lips parted. And then his face crumpled. His grip tightened on Izuku's hips, and he yanked him forward, burying his face in Izuku's neck with a quiet, stuttering sound that didn't sound like the Katsuki the world knew. It was small, broken, human. Silent tears slipped from his eyes, warm trails down his cheeks as his arms wrapped all the way around Izuku's back, holding him with the kind of desperation only years of regret could forge. "Izuku," he whispered into his skin. "I'm so f***ing sorry." "I know," Izuku whispered back, arms wrapping around his waist, resting his head on Katsuki's shoulder. "I know you are." And for the first time in years, they didn't let go. Not out of fear. Not out of pain. but because neither of them wanted to. And maybe for the first time since they were boys with bruised knees and louder hearts, neither of them had to. The porch creaked beneath their feet. Izuku could feel Katsuki's breath against his hair, hot, uneven, like his lungs couldn't decide whether to hold in or let go. The world beyond them had faded. The houses across the street, the stars smeared overhead, even the hum of a far-off street lamp, none of it mattered right now. Just Katsuki. Just the ache between them. Izuku shifted slightly, enough to glance up without breaking contact. His hands were still curled in Katsuki's hoodie, fingertips numb, knuckles pale. Katsuki looked wrecked. His eyes were glassy, lips parted, jaw clenched tight like he was trying to hold himself together with just his teeth. His grip hadn't loosened, hands still locked on Izuku's hips like he was afraid to let go and be left alone again. "You didn't write that for just anyone," Izuku said, voice hoarse from crying. "I know you didn't." Katsuki's eyes flickered down to his, guilt and longing fighting for space in his face. He opened his mouth like he had something to say, but nothing came out. Izuku swallowed hard and pressed on. "I know what that song meant. Every chord of it. Every line." The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was thick. Meaningful. Katsuki's shoulders trembled, the tension pulling taut in his neck. "It was supposed to say what I never could," he whispered, and his voice cracked. "Halfway through. But it still doesn't feel like enough." "It's not supposed to fix everything," Izuku replied, soft but firm. "It's supposed to be honest." Katsuki's expression twisted, something fragile breaking behind his eyes. "I was so goddamn cruel to you." His hands flexed at Izuku's sides. "And now you're standing here like I didn't tear you apart." Izuku shook his head, slowly. "No," he said, and the word cut through the noise building behind Katsuki's ribcage. "You did hurt me. You broke parts of me I didn't know could break. But you didn't tear me apart." Katsuki flinched like the truth physically hit him. "I tore myself apart after that," Izuku added, quieter now. Trying to figure out why. Trying to understand. There was a pause. Long, heavy. "But you were just a kid," Izuku said. "You were hurting too." Katsuki's throat bobbed with a silent swallow. His hands slipped from Izuku's hips and hovered for a breath before they moved up to cup Izuku's face with both trembling palms. He didn't say anything. Didn't try to defend himself. He just looked at him, like he was finally seeing something he thought he'd lost forever. Izuku leaned into the touch without hesitation. His eyes burned again, but this time the tears came slower, softer. "Cleansing. You're not who you were then," Izuku said. "You've changed." Katsuki's brow furrowed, and his thumbs brushed under Izuku's eyes, catching the tears before they could fall. "I don't know how to be enough," he rasped. "You don't have to be," Izuku whispered. "You just have to be you." For a moment, neither of them moved. Then Katsuki leaned forward, forehead pressing to Izuku's, the contact grounding them both. His breath shuddered out, slow and deep, and Izuku could feel the warmth of it on his lips. The air between them held steady now. No sharp edges. No ghosts. Just the sound of their breathing. And something quieter, the steady rhythm of two hearts that had finally stopped trying to outrun each other. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just there. And enough. Katsuki's voice broke the silence again. Raw and low. "You're still the bravest person I know." Izuku smiled, worn, wet, real. "Took you long enough to say it." They stayed like that for a while, arms folded around each other, letting the cold nip at their fingers and the silence wrap around their shoulders like a second hoodie. Not everything was fixed, but something important had shifted. And neither of them needed to run from it anymore. Katsuki's front door creaked open behind them, but neither of them moved right away. The night air clung to their skin, cool and soft. The porch light buzzed, casting a halo around their tangled shadows. Somewhere down the block, wind stirred the trees, rustling the leaves like the world exhaled with them. Izuku finally shifted first, his fingers brushing along Katsuki's hoodie, releasing it with slow reluctance. He didn't say anything, just nodded toward the open door, an unspoken question behind his eyes. Katsuki stepped aside. The warmth inside was jarring. It smelled like chamomile and old wood, and something sharp like lemon. The lights were low, lamps instead of overhead bulbs, casting golden pools across the hardwood floors and well-worn furniture. Izuku stood just past the threshold, blinking like he wasn't sure he was really allowed to be there. Katsuki toed his boots off without a word and padded inside, disappearing for a second down the hallway. When he returned, he had a throw blanket tucked under his arm, and his voice still hoarse mumbled, "Couch." Izuku nodded once, toes curling in his sneakers before he finally bent to untie them. They didn't speak again until they were sitting beside each other, not touching, but close enough that Izuku could feel the warmth radiating from Katsuki's thigh through the blanket draped over both of them. The couch was lived in, the kind that sagged just enough to be comfortable, the cushions faintly smelling like fabric softener and cologne. There was a beat-up coffee table in front of them, scattered with guitar picks, an open notebook, and an untouched cup of tea that had long gone cold. Izuku glanced around, eyes scanning the band posters on the walls, a whiteboard in the corner with lyric fragments half-scribbled and scratched out. There were headphones on the floor and a record player on the shelf. No TV. No distractions.
It was a space built for sound.
But right now, the silence said more than any track could. Katsuki sat hunched forward, elbows on his knees, the weight of the night visible in his posture. He rubbed the heel of his hand against his brow, dragging down his face with a low grunt. Izuku watched him for a moment, unsure of what to say or do. So he did the simplest thing. He leaned. Just a little. Shoulder to shoulder. Katsuki froze. Izuku didn't apologize. Didn't shift away. He just rested there. Like it was the most normal thing in the world. Like they hadn't spent years with a wall between them. And after a moment, Katsuki melted. His body eased by inches. The tightness in his back loosened. His hand dropped to the couch cushion, fingers curling in the fabric. "I still don't know how to be around you," Katsuki admitted, voice quiet. "I keep thinking I'm gonna say something and ruin it again." Izuku huffed a soft laugh, eyes fixed on a worn corner of the table. "Welcome to the club." Katsuki's mouth twitched, and the smallest breath of a laugh escaped him too. Not bitter. Not sharp. Just tired. But trying. Izuku pulled the blanket tighter around his shoulders and settled in, tilting his head back against the couch. "You know, I used to imagine what it'd be like if we ever talked again," he said. "But I never imagined this." "This?" Katsuki echoed. "This," Izuku repeated, glancing around the room. "Sitting here. Being quiet. Just existing." Katsuki didn't answer right away. But then his arm lifted and dropped behind the back of the couch, and he let it rest there open, casual, not forced. And when Izuku shifted to lean into his side more fully, Katsuki didn't pull away. He let him stay. Let him breathe. "You can exist here," Katsuki said after a long moment. "If you want to." Izuku didn't answer with words. He just nodded, letting his head tip until it rested lightly on Katsuki's shoulder. The contact wasn't electric. It wasn't earth-shattering. But it was real. It was safe. They sat like that for a long time. Katsuki reached forward once to tug the blanket around Izuku more evenly. Izuku let out a slow, content breath. The sound of their breathing filled the room. Their shoulders moved in sync. There was a record on the shelf with a corner peeling, and a lone houseplant wilted in the window.
"Can
I ask you something?" Izuku murmured softly. A grunt from Katsuki. "Why'd you do it?" The question caused a pang in Izuku's gut. Afraid, he pushed too soon for an answer. The silence between them stretched thick, unbroken, laced with the weight of memories they hadn't dared touch for years. Katsuki's fingers hung slack between his knees, head bowed, every breath scraping the back of his throat like sandpaper. His voice, when it finally came, was low and tight. "I was jealous." The words tasted like blood and rust. Izuku blinked, his brows twitching together. "Jealous." Katsuki nodded once, slow and brittle. "It's a stupid FING reason." "No, it's not." Katsuki's lips pulled into something sharp and humorless. You had a mom who gave a sheet. Someone who looked at you and didn't treat your dreams like garbage. She let you believe in that fantasy world in your head. She gave you books, notebooks, pens, hell. She called you baby and hugged you before school. His fingers clenched tight in his lap. My mom told me music was a phase, that I was wasting her time. Told me to stop screaming like a maniac and grow the F up. Izuku's stomach turned. I didn't know how to fight her and still believe in myself. So, I turned it all on you. Katsuki looked up at him, and in that moment, his eyes didn't look like fire. They looked like regret. Like a lifetime of it. Because you had something I didn't. And it killed me. The words hit Izuku, like a fist to the chest. His jaw twitched. And then, without thinking, he moved. Katsuki barely had a second to process the shift before Izuku's hands were on his shoulders, pushing him back until his spine met the couch cushions with a quiet, stunned grunt. What the hell? Izuku climbed onto him, straddling his lap, legs bracketing Katsuki's hips, chest heaving, anger simmering in the glitter of his eyes. Not cruel, not violent. Just years of pain pressing behind his ribs like a storm with no name. You stupid, handsome, infuriating idiot, Izuku hissed, voice trembling but fierce. You hated me because I had something you didn't? Do you know how long I hated myself because of you? Katsuki opened his mouth, but no sound came out. I blamed myself. Izuku spat, fingers gripping Katsuki's shoulders like they were the only thing keeping him from falling apart. I thought I was too loud, too clingy, too weird. I thought I made you hate me because I existed wrong. Katsuki's throat worked, but the words were stuck lodged behind his teeth like shards. And all this time, it was because you were hurting, Izuku whispered. His voice cracked. And you turned your hurt into knives. He leaned in close enough that Katsuki could feel the sting of every exhale on his skin. Then feel this. Izuku kissed him. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't shy. It was teeth and desperate mouths and everything they hadn't said. Katsuki gasped into it, caught off guard, his hands flying up instinctively to Izuku's hips, fingers curling in his hoodie like he didn't know if he wanted to push him away or pull him closer. Izuku didn't give him the chance to decide. He pressed in harder, lips dragging down, then up again, tasting the pain between them like it had flavor, years of it, splintered and scorched, burned into memory and scar tissue. When Izuku finally pulled away, his breath came in short, ragged bursts. His hands were trembling. Katsuki's eyes were wide, dazed, his mouth still parted like he hadn't yet figured out how to breathe again. The world was so quiet, Izuku could hear both their hearts beating a steady drumbeat of something real, something alive, something that had never truly died. Then Izuku's voice came again, soft but cracking at the edges. You're such a dumbass. Katsuki blinked. You kissed me? And right I did, Izuku muttered, still perched on his lap like a challenge. Katsuki didn't say anything right away. His gaze dropped to Izuku's lips, swollen and red from the kiss, and his expression shifted, just a fraction. I deserved that, he murmured. The yelling, the kiss, all of it. Izuku huffed, and his forehead dropped to Katsuki's shoulder. His hands curled in the fabric of his shirt. I don't want to hate you anymore, Izuku whispered. Katsuki's arms slowly came around him, hesitant, rough, and then solid. He pulled Izuku in like gravity demanded it, like the ache in his chest finally made sense with Izuku there. I don't want you to, Katsuki said. I just want to fix it. Izuku breathed in deep, the scent of smoke and sweat and old cologne filling his lungs. His heart still raced. So did Katsuki's. They were two storms colliding in a field of silence. But the winds had calmed, and in the wreckage, something delicate had taken root. I'm still mad at you, Izuku mumbled into his shirt. Good, Katsuki said gruffly. Means I've got something to earn. Izuku didn't move. He just breathed, eyes closed, listening to the rhythm beneath his ear. The beat of their hearts. Learning to coexist again.